Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Whoop, whoop. There it is, and there it is on the screen. Buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. It's already pinned in the chat. I'm sorry, guys. A little bit late today. Had to change the timestamp a little bit there. I had no idea that Blake was gonna say that about Candace. I had no clue. I had no idea, guys. I didn't know Blake was on the edge like this. I had no idea. Cakes Neff, as we affectionately call him, the turning point heartthrob. I didn't think he was gonna say what he said about Candace. I didn't think that was gonna happen. I had no idea. So I had some timestamps set up, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, this is crazy. This is the first time hearing about this. This is crazy. It seems like this guy called Candace a coon or something like that. It's pretty crazy. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming at all. Guys, crazy. I mean, wild stuff. As you guys know, we are on Spotify. Always tell you about it. Thank you so much for all of the support that we're getting on Spotify. We're almost at the 10,000 mark. We are almost there. So guys, thank you. Links always in the description to all of this stuff. It's always in the description. We're going to get to what Blake said in 1 second. Oh, I got to zoom in. For all the reading glasses fam out there. Let me zoom right in. Get it to zoom 200, right? This made me laugh way too hard. Way too hard. I just got to start it right off the top. Right off the top. Check this out. I mean, just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, and Escobar said widow maxing. Yeah, widow maxing, exactly. That is crazy. I don't know who's responsible. She's still hanging out the car like that? This is nuts. Wow. This made me laugh way too hard. I saw this first thing in the morning. I was like, oh, I got to talk about that. Oh my gosh. Real footage, ladies and gentlemen. As far as I know. Seems like it to me. The look up to make sure people are there. The towel because you're going to lay there for so long. Wow. The towel on the window. Scarica, ladies and gentlemen. Scarica. That's Scarica Kirk right there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Scarica Kirk. Anyways, guys. Wild. So we're gonna get into some stuff. We're gonna get into that episode. Information heavy. I watched that clip about I'm gonna call them Eminem. You know what I mean? You know when Candace is talking about the church goer mafia. You know what I'm talking about? When she was talking about that, I'm just gonna call them Eminem. That's what I'm gonna call them, just to avoid the emails because they email like Scientology the second that you talk about them. And we're gonna talk about that. I had to watch that like 4 times. I was like, what's going on? And I pieced it together in a pretty good way, I think. I came up with a pretty good analogy comparison, and Candace came up with a great one. I did not know this about Howard Hughes. We'll go over that, and then we'll go over what Candace didn't show you in regards to Andrew Colvett. She showed you one tweet from Andrew. That was it. But there's way more. There's way more. They all going back and forth. There was a whole thing to it. It was pretty crazy, actually. So we're going to get into that. But first, of course, for those of you that don't know, you're hearing me talk about what Blake said about Candace. We have to get right to that because that is the thing to talk about first. Now, as soon as Candace was done her episode, and this tells me that she's a little bit, not even a little bit, this tells me she's very over the mark. That's what this tells me. This reaction here, I forgot to tell my wife to bring me a better pen. I need a better pen. It's pretty. It's a pretty pen, but I need a better one. Now, this tells me that she's over the mark because Blake just jumped right out as soon as she was it as soon as she was done? Yep, it was as soon as she was done. Okay? He doesn't watch the show. Listen, guys, just so you know, he doesn't watch the show Okay. He doesn't watch the show. He doesn't watch every single episode or anything. Somebody obviously sent him this clip, and he reacted with, as they say, Blake Neff speed. I mean, how fast he made this. 8:01. She was done at what? 7:40, 7:30. Like, he reacted very quick. It's very quick to clip this up, right? Clip this up, put this out there, and actually put out this whole post. Let's read this whole thing. The end is the crescendo. I mean, he really left the best part until the end here. Today, the centerpiece of Candace's show was a claim that the M&M engineered a takeover of Turning Point USA, which, Blake wouldn't really know about because he doesn't work for Turning Point USA. Now he's talking like he does work for Turning Point. Okay, fine. Candace rattles off people brought in by Tyler Boyer, with the implication that the organization was gradually changed and corrupted while Charlie wasn't looking. Very easy to do. I'm tired of they tried to do this very early on, the implications that's like, are you saying Charlie didn't know a thing? Are you saying Charlie was infallible? Oh my gosh, are you actually saying Charlie wasn't perfect? Like, all the Fed sloppers used to like repost things like, did you say this about Charlie? And it's like, yeah, I did. I didn't like what Charlie did there. And they're like, oh, I thought we were all giving Charlie handies. This guy wasn't giving Charlie a handy the whole time Charlie was alive. What's going on there? And it's like, okay, relax. He says, that part, the funny part is that literally everyone she names, Tyler, Terrell, chief field officer Andrew, what is that, Cipher? That is a very evil name. It's like a movie character name. That's like a Marvel movie character name. Andrew Cipher was at Turning Point before Candace herself. Interesting. Maybe that's why they pushed her out so quickly, because they were like, this black is not going to get with the program here. Candace's first official Turning Point USA headshot was taken at Terrell's office. All of them have played integral roles in Turning Point for the past decade. Well, this just proves Candace's point even more. I don't know what he's doing here. Once again, and we'll get to what Candace's point was when we go into the breakdown. If you guys don't know, if you haven't seen it, don't worry. I will give you a very concise, interesting breakdown. Once again, Candace implicitly attacking Charlie himself, basically claiming his entire life's work was a sham from the beginning. Well, not a sham. Not a sham, just taken over. Just didn't realize who he surrounded himself with. That happens all the time to people. But that's what she needs to push her narcissistic conspiracy slop. Let me tell you something about this last word right here. Let me tell you something about this word, because what may end up happening, I would think, is that they're going to go on their show and say, ha ha ha, oh man, they just reacted so crazily to just one simple typo. That's all. It was just one simple typo. That's what they're going to say. Right? That's the easiest thing to say. That's what I think is going to happen. But let me just tell you something about how phones work. Write that word into your phone. If you have autocorrect, which most of us do, if you write that word into your phone, let me tell you what your phone's not going to do. It's not going to recognize it as a word. Right away, it's going to be like, you must be trying to say something else. There's no way you're trying to get me to write exactly what I think you're trying to get me to write. All right, that's what it's going to do first. Let's even try this. Let's see what it does. Right, so I have this part here. So right away, it's like conspiracy. That's what you mean. And I'm like, no. That's not what I mean. I want to say this other thing here. And it's like, yeah, no, you're trying to say conspiracy. And then I throw slop at the end, and it just says conspiracy slips. Like that's what you're trying to write, right? Let me tell you something. You have to write this out pretty solidly for it to do this. Because if you just kind of let it ride, it's just going to correct you and be like, conspiracy. That's what you're trying to say, obviously, right? You have to write this fully. You have to see it. Okay? And he is 100% doing this on his phone. You have to write this full word out, no spelling mistakes, and then let it sit there with the period. That is no typo whatsoever. And let me tell you something else, okay? Let's be honest. That's a good joke. I'm just saying. It's very insulting. It's very, very insulting for all of us who are melanated, as they say. But I mean, very well put together. A racist pun is very interesting. You know, he brought it all together there. The conspiracy slop, because conspiracy slop is like, oh, that's a new one, right? You don't really hear that one much. Gary's trying to make like pod slop work, but he's a podcaster, so it's like the dumbest thing he could do. Fed slop, that was a pretty solid one, right? Conspiracy slop, you're like, you're already pretty good. There you go, solid, good for you. And then you say conspiracy slop. I mean, I'm just saying, you did a pretty good job. I'm just saying, you know. But it is a crazy thing to say, and it shows how far Turning Point has fallen. It really does. At the end of the day, I mean, just on the brink. And didn't I? It's funny because people were tagging me in this like crazy. And I'm reading the whole thing and I'm just like, okay, conspiracy slop, cool, whatever. And I'm reading it again. I'm like, okay, conspiracy slop, like, who cares? And then I see one post from Jody Chase where it's like screenshotted and circled. And I'm like, why does he care about? And I'm like, oh, whoa. I was like, whoa, hold on a second. It's absolutely incredible. Someone's like, it is not racist. They have no idea what coon means. They have no clue. It's okay. Don't worry. Just allow them. Allow them to bask in their ignorance. It's good. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. They have no idea. They just have to do some Googles, you know? They after they do some Googles, they'll be like, "Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I understand now." It's crazy. It's just a crazy thing to say. But again, it shows just how far they've fallen. They're willing to put things like this out here. He's on the brink, and I made the joke. It's so funny. I made the joke. What they're gonna have to do is they might have to use the N word eventually. And I was just kidding around. I was just doing ESPN commentary, and then all of a sudden, that is what they did. Well, Phil, it looks like they went ahead and used your theory. Blake came out real strong last night after Candace's episode. Made sure to call her a conspiracy slop. Coon, you say? That is an old school word. I haven't heard that since my grandpappy was around. I haven't heard that either. He put it together real well. I have to say, it was a really tight word. Really tight word. Okay, it was actually very current in the culture, and then he put "coon" at the beginning of it. I mean, it's a well-rounded word that he put out there. He really came hard for this one, guys. Really came out of the gates swinging. I don't know what Candace Owens is gonna say to this. You know, it's pretty crazy. But there were replies underneath. Tyler was just like, I don't know. He didn't see it. He was just like, whatever. He's like, the funny part is that obviously I'm LDS, and some of the people I knew that are talented are LDS, but it's pretty much on par here at Turning Point with statistics. We hire whoever is talented. Arizona is about 7% LDS, and I would venture to guess that less than 5% of the staff is LDS in Arizona. Might even be less, to be honest, but what roles are they in? You know, people always talk about percentages and populations, but what roles are they in? Are they in high up roles? Are they all surrounding Charlie? Or are they working at desks just writing listicles and articles and things like that? It sounds just like, sounds good to people with conspiracy brain rot because of the Utah thing, I guess. Like, he has no idea. I mean, I get it. You have your side. I should actually show you guys what I'm reading, huh? How about that? I get it. He has his side. So, he's going to be like, I guess it sounds good to people. It's like, bro, you grew up in it. You know exactly why people are saying that. Come on. You know the whole lineage. You know the whole story. I mean, come on. Get out of here. Stop acting like you don't know what's going on. Candace even said something. She even replied, but she didn't. I think she didn't realize what Blake had wrote. I don't think she clicked into that. She said, let me guess, someone sent you a clip again? You're definitely not a daily viewer or anything. I think she didn't see it. That's what I think, you know? You know how you know how you have someone fetch you Charlie clips for your show sometimes, even though you never actually watched him because you despised him. It's like that. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Blake again puts himself out there. You know how you have someone fetch you clips? He said people send him clips sometimes. Then he showed he was in a chat where people actually tag him and send him clips. Now he's saying that he actually has people go and get him clips of Candace Owens. Like he's just admitting it. It's so weird how far they've fallen, how deranged they seem, and it makes every single conspiracy seem plausible. I don't think they get it. It makes everything seem plausible. Everything Candace talked about last night, everything people have been touching on, it makes it all seem legit, like it can actually be happening. He just doesn't get it. I think none of them get it. I don't know. I don't know. It's just crazy to me. It's too much. So that was it. Okay, that was the only people, but we can see what other people thought of this whole thing because there was quite a bit of thoughts on what Blake had to say. Quite a bit. Given Blake's history, I don't buy a second that placing that word in conspiracy was accidental. And unfortunately, this is one of the faces of the Charlie Kirk show now. Isn't that crazy? He just represents the Charlie Kirk show. It's completely fine. You know? Someone else said, cameraman, ex-cameraman of Turning Point for years, 13 years, I believe, said, did Blake Neff accidentally add narcissistic, uh, that word slop, to his already brutal list of racist remarks? This is disgusting. Charlie would be ashamed of you all. I kind of back that. You know, Charlie liked to go at people back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But he didn't really resort to these type of comments. You know, you know. Even if he went to like some snide insult type thing, even if he ever did that, which I've never actually seen Charlie do, I don't think he would ever go this low. This is low. This is just a low thing. Someone said, conspiracy, you closeted gay elitist white boys are really the angriest, most miserable people on the planet. I'm sure you'll have plenty of boyfriends to pick from in prison, Blake. I mean, just insulting. Just goes right back to what Hunter Biden was talking about, you know? I mean, the my eyes are being opened to Hunter Biden saying things. I'm like, oh gosh, was he correct this whole time? Yeah, I don't think she's lying at all. You know, this is somebody who Senator David Farnsworth's sponsor said he become concerned about the potential for EMP event short time ago and has gotten support from Congressman Trent Franks, who has a bill in Congress, as well as former Senator John Kale, who introduced Larry Gunta Chuck Lee, really, and Erica Franzvi, CEO of G Tech Industries. Wow, wow, they are all connected. I mean, it's unbelievable. And we'll go into Erica Franzvi and Lori Franzvi, their connection to the whole thing as well. Candace left that part out. I'm sure she'll bring it up later on. And another person, I am outraged. He literally, instead of saying conspiracy, said conspiracy. What the hell, Blake? Why are you all okay with this? Yeah, it's like no one even saw it. It's crazy. And again, someone just said Andrew Wilson. It does seem like an Andrew Wilson thing, you know? Andrew was like, we got to hit him hard. You got to hit him hard. You know, they brought up the mafia. You know, we got to say something, Blake. Stop being a pansy. Just hit reply. Just hit reply on this. I sent you the clip. It's what I want to say at the end. Come on. You hired me for this. I'm the liaison here. Who's the liaison here? Blake, who's the liaison? You're the liaison. Okay. They're going to come after me. And Anna Escobar says, whenever I see Blake, all I can picture is him crying in the shower while wearing jean shorts. I mean, there's never been a clear connection to a character before than Blake and Tobias. I mean, it's such a solid connection people made there. I mean, shout out to whoever was the first one to figure that out. Looks like Blake just gave us the next place to look, the MM Thanks, Blake. You were so good at showing your hand. Yeah, it really does show his hand. It's crazy. She just says that, and then he comes out with that. It's such a weird thing. Like you don't even. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I would get it if she was talking about him. I'd be like, oh, she was talking about him. Of course, he went and got a clip and figured it out and blah 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 and said something. But he's responding to things that have nothing to do with him that she's talking about. That's why I said at the beginning, it's basically just he has made himself known, or he has made known that this theory is valid. It's solid. I Why else? I mean, Tyler even jumped in. He's like, "Oh, they're talking about percentages of LDS at the company." It's like, what's going on? If it's slop and it's nonsense, leave it at that. What's happening? I don't know. Anyway, someone else says, "Oh man, how does this guy still have a job anywhere? I thought someone had to have altered it. No way, no way would he call somebody that. Is he going to get a pass? I don't know who they're tagging here. Oh, this is the Reverend. If you guys have been watching the live streams since the beginning, John K, whatever his last name is, it's very long, very African seeming. Very long. He was like, it's dastardly. What Candace Owens is doing is dastardly. She's doing dastardly demonic deeds, that Candace Owens. Oh yeah, he was one of the first pastors to come out and go at Candace Owens. Someone said, you're watching me on TV. Someone said they're watching me on TV. The volume's a little lower. Hey, you have a TV. Make the volume higher. Make it higher immediately. You. Who's this? Who's this person? What's your name? I don't know what your name is. Make your volume higher. You make it higher. Okay? You can do it. It's fine. You're on a TV. You're chilling. Make it a little higher. So somebody's asking if this guy's going to give Blake Neff a pass. And he is. Oh, believe me. Believe me, he's already chucking and jiving. He's been chucking and jiving the entire time. I mean, he uses Christianity as a weapon against people he doesn't like at the request of whoever pays him. So I think he's going to give her a pass. I'm just saying, you know. It gets worse by the day. Coach Colin, phew, do you see this one yet? And I didn't know what people were talking about. I was like, what's the big deal? I'm like, narcissistic, whatever, man. This is what Blake says. Again, no, I will never volunteer or work for Turning Point, especially after the last week of these Hobbit tweets. Well done, Tyler Boyer and Andrew Colvett, as if it can't get worse. Yeah, you know, a lot of people are pissed about this. Candace obviously has to address this. She might even address it this morning. It might be one of those things that she might address it on X, and then she might just bring it to the show. Because, like I said, I don't think she saw it. I don't think she actually connected what was going on. I think she was just like me, and she was just like, you know, she's like, yeah, it's just Blake talking smack, like whatever. I think that's what happened. I'm waiting. I'm waiting right now. I'm patiently waiting. Believe me, I don't care what we're talking about. The second she says anything about this, I'm jumping. We're jumping to that topic. So just beware. You'll see me looking at my phone. That's why. Racist Blake Neff proving yet again that he's racist. Conspiracy slop, disgusting. Such a crazy term. Such a crazy term. And he just said nothing about it. That's how you know. Because if it was an accident, he would just write it below. He'd be like, guys, stop getting all bent out of shape. It was a typo. And that'd be it. It would just be done there. But the fact that he didn't say anything, he even was interacting with the post. It's not like he posted and ghosted, because Candace said something. He said something right after. And he was responding to other people in the comments. So he had to interact with that post and see it and see what he was writing. He had to have. There's no way he didn't. There's no way. Can someone do a wellness check on Blake? This post is still up. Oh, yeah, he's not taking it down. He's not taking it down. That's where they're at right now, man. I'm telling you. This is where they're at. This is going to become more normal. Like, I think Candace was talking about it. I'm pretty sure I was talking about it. It's they're hyping it. They're elevating. They're escalating what they're willing to do and what they're willing to say. Right as this article came out. Again, what I did for you guys yesterday, I gave you the comparison of when Erica sat down with Barry Weiss. The second she announced it, Turning Point started getting aggressive. The guys started getting aggressive right away. As soon as this article came out, they started getting aggressive, and it's just gonna escalate. Because like Candace said, they want her in a position where they could bankrupt her. They want her in a position, and people who are just covering the story, they want them in positions where people view them as violence. They want them in positions where people look at like what they're doing is dangerous. That's what they're trying to pull off. So they're trying to enrage people. They're trying to get really, really loud about things. They're trying to. It's not going to work. I'm not turning up my volume, guys. It's not happening. It's already past halfway. I'm not doing it. Turn up your phones or your TV or whatever you're on or your potatoes. It's probably Android people, honestly. I gotta be honest, guys. You should come to Apple. I'm just saying. Your potatoes aren't your potatoes aren't working well. Oh gosh, oh gosh. So sorry to hear that. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Good, good. You should volume max. Good, good, good. Definitely not. Yeah, some exactly. See, all the all the Apple people are like volume's fine. I have a phone, you know. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Listen, listen. I'm not turning it up, so don't bother writing it over and over again. I'm just not. Let's keep going here. More people who commented on this whole thing. Jody Chase. I don't really think Candace peeped that Blake called her that. I hope she sees it and brings it up on her show so that Turning Point USA donors see how racist they become. You have to understand also, right? Jody Chase says this. You have to understand. And thank you for helping me see this, Jody Chase. I wasn't cluing into what you were showing me at all because I was getting tagged in it. Like, thank you for Jody Chase for actually circling it for the slower folks out there. I just wasn't cluing in. But you have to understand when it comes to the donors, they like this. There's going to be some donors that don't like this. There's going to be some donors that are going to be, what the heck was this? This is crazy. But they like this. The Adelson type, the Shapiro type, because he is a donor. Daily Wire donated $1 million. They like this. They like that someone's willing to go there. That's why, and I can't say for sure, but I'll just say, Tim Pool, he was like, man, I'm going to have to shut down one of my podcasts, money issues and this and that. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy that he has to do that. Then he went on a rant and he called Candace a see you next Tuesday a bunch of times. And now we've never heard any peep of that again. Very weird. I don't know how that works. Probably went and saw a bank or something like that. It's probably all on the up and up. But I mean, they like when you push it to that extent. Tim Pool even revealed, even aside from that, right? Even aside from that, he revealed that as he went on those rants about Candace, Turning Point contacted him and said, hey, do you want to speak at Amfest? Like, I'm telling you, they like this. This is not like oh my gosh, what are we doing here? They like that Blake did this. And I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of like put him up to it, right? Obviously, the internet is having a collective taking off their hoop earrings moment. All the mommy sleuths are enraged right now. They are very angry. Their earrings are coming off. Beware, ladies and gentlemen. The earrings are off. Crazy. Somebody else. Yo, coach, did you see this? I guess you called it yesterday. You said it would get here, just a different word. Yeah, I did. I'm like, it's obviously going to get here. People are screenshotting it. People think that Blake is going to take it down. He is not going to take it down. This is what they want. They like this. I'm telling you, they like this. It's good to screenshot it. You never know. But if it was going to go down, obviously, like, Turning Point is watching everything that goes on. They are watching Candace very, very closely, obviously. They're watching what's said online very, very closely. It got to the point where they were telling Project Constitution that he can't have Charlie Kirk as his profile picture. Like, I don't know if you guys heard about that. They sent him like a cease and desist. They're like, oh, you have Charlie Kirk in your picture and you didn't get authorization for that. Like, just, they're watching super close. So you think they wouldn't pick up on like, oh gosh, Blake added an O where he shouldn't have, take that post down? You think they wouldn't do that? You think they're watching me? I don't know if they're watching me. If they are, I'm sure they're laughing. Right? Huh? This is funny enough. Andrew and Blake are sitting there. He keeps posting big booty pictures of you, Blake. I know. I don't know where he's getting those pictures from. I don't know. Somebody's making big booty pictures of me. You've seen him on this Coach Colin character? He's the only one posting these big booty pictures. Did you hear, Blake? Coach Colin said you had a dumper. I heard him. I heard him the other day. He said you had a dumper on you. Well, I don't really appreciate that. I don't like it being called a dumper. He said he's calling you Cake Neff from now on because of your dumper. Oh, gosh. That show. That dastardly Coach Colin. I hope they are watching. It's the funniest show on the internet. I mean, let's be real here. Yeah, why not watch? You know, I think you would like it. Anyway, you know, let's get into this. What else is this? Tucker Carlson, come and get your boy. Blake is out here calling Candace a coon. What what is it they say? When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. This wasn't a typo. I'll explain. A little background for those that don't understand why this is seriously problematic. Blake resigned from Tucker Carlson's show in 2020 after CNN uncovered years of racist and sexist posts he made under a pseudonym. On a form. Tucker then recommended Blake to Charlie. Charlie hired Blake, likely to give him a clean slate and a second chance. When Charlie died, Tucker hosted the Charlie Kirk show, praised Blake, stating that he was unfairly pushed out and how glad he was that Charlie hired him. Since then, Blake has made it his daily mission to come at Candace sideways. And now Blake is misspelling the word conspiracy. And after he and Andrew Colvett have tried to drag Candace for asking questions about what truly happened to Charlie, additionally, the iOS keyboard treats conspiracy likely like a typo. Exactly. I didn't even read this before. 100%. This person's so on point, and it defaults to the word conspiracy, obviously, as the correction. You'd either have to type the quoted word bubble to keep it or dismiss the suggestion to end up with the misspelled version in the text field. 100%. Bang on. Thank you so much to whoever this is. I'm going to shout this person out in a second. So basically, Blake typed it, the keyboard flagged it, and suggested that he change the word to what it seems like it should be, and therefore it appeared in his final post. That suggestion had to not be accepted either by dismissing it or tapping past it, or actively selecting the quoted original. That is how it works. Erica Kirk, are you going to allow this? Charlie would be ashamed to learn what Turning Point has become. Hey, Daily Mail, you want to write something? Write about this. Wow. Nuts. It's funny. This is actually the post that made me realize, because I didn't read the post. I just went right down to the pictures because that's how your boy is sometimes. Okay, early in the morning. Okay, I just want to see pictures in the morning. And I clicked that, and then I saw it, and I was like, oh, wow. But she's on point. Bella? Is that what it is? Or is it Belly? I doubt it's Belly. It's just Bell. It's Bell-E or Bell. Bella. It's not Bella because it's not an A. I'll just call you Bell, okay? Shout out to Bell. Walk by Faith. Thank you so much for breaking that down for everybody. Man, wild. And, again, I have to say, Erica, are you going to allow this? Erica was just calling Candace a soulless ghoul. Yes, she's going to allow this. They are at Turning Point offices right now, high-fiving Blake. They're hoisting Blake up by his big booty cheeks, and they're like, hey. They put him on a chair, what they do in that culture. They put him on a chair, and they're like, hey, and he's like, hurrah. That's what's going on in the Turning Point offices right now. I'm telling you. The lower level people are probably like, this is crazy. Oh my God, I can't believe this. But the inner circle, are you kidding me? They're celebrating right now. They're like, this is so good. I want to call her the N-word. Bah! 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 And we're going to go, and we're going to say wild things, and we're going to go out there, and we're going to call her the N-word. Yeah! That's what's happening right now. Are you crazy? What do you think's happening? You think they're all ashamed right now? Get out of here. You're nuts. They're not ashamed at all. At all. They would have taken it down by now. What are we talking about? Anyway, that's what they're doing now. That's what they're running with. All good. All good. Can't wait to see Candace's reaction. Oh, and somebody right now just did the perfect thing here, asking Officer Tate, how we feeling about this, Officer Tatum? I don't know. I wonder, what is he gonna say? He's a company man. He's gonna have to come out and say he literally, does he have Turning Point in his bio? He has the Turning Point symbol right next to his name on X. So you know what's gonna happen. He's gonna come out, he's gonna be like, Mama, go ahead, cover your ears, mama, or stand outside. Baby, don't do it, baby. You can't be doing this, baby. Mama, you just gotta go outside. Just stand outside for a minute. And he's gonna be in front of that camera, and he's gonna go, I fully support the term conspiracy. I actually like it. And I think it is a valid term to be calling Candace Owens. And anyone who has skin color like mine's and likes to talk about things that is against Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk, I think they deserve to be called that. I support what Blake Neff has done. He is a booty bandit, I could tell, and I do not support the booty bandit lifestyle, but I do support what he has said to Candace Owens. Oh yeah, what are you kidding me? Oh, he's gonna have to support it. He's a company man. He's a company man. He went over there to get that chosen spit. Huh? Only one time though. Saying that to BB, my brother messaged me. He goes, what's this chosen spit thing you're talking about? He's like, is this just a joke? And I'm like, no, Officer Tatum went over there and he was telling BB that he only got spat on once. My brother was like, what the He's like, are you for real? He thought it was a joke. It's not a joke. It really happened, man. He went over there and got that chosen spit. You don't just get that for no reason. You know what I mean? It's funny because I don't even see any pictures of him at the wall, which means that they just gave him the chosen spit and they didn't even let him go to the wall. What's that about? They let everybody go to the wall. I've seen everybody at the wall. They didn't let Officer Tatum go to the wall. Ain't that some stuff? What? Officer Tatum's like, and we's going to the wall, boss? Is we going to that wall? I can't wait to go to that wall. I got my hat and I'm ready to go to the wall whenever you's ready, boss. And they were like, I don't think so. We're gonna take you to get a shawarma instead. You ever tried shawarma before? It's really good. You know what tahina is? You know, hummus? We're gonna get you some hummus, okay? All right. That's it. He didn't get to go to the wall. What is that? That picture would have been everywhere. That picture would have been everywhere if he didn't get to go to the wall. They were like, nah, we don't really want you at the wall. I'm sorry. He's like, I'm ready. I'll kiss it. I'll do whatever you want me to do to the wall. I mean, whatever you want. I'm ready to lick it and kiss it. And they were like, we're okay. Thanks. We're actually, we don't really need you at the wall. Thanks. Thanks, though, sir. Officer? Okay. No. We'll just have you go over here. We're just going to dip you in baby oil and send you over to BB. All right. Baby oil and dip me in. I'm here to support y'all. I mean, this is what good Christians do. They're like, yeah, we don't need him at the wall. He's already stupid. We already got him. We don't need him to go to the wall. JD even went to the wall. You know what I mean? JD, President, Rubio, Hegseth, Charlie, Erica. You know? He's the only one. They're like, sorry, big guy. You like our kind, but we don't like your kind. What? Oh, man. Yeah, he's going to support this. He's not going to say anything. I think that, when Blake Neff said what he said, I think he said it for good reason. Now, you don't understand that America was in a better place when you could look at someone like me and call them that name right to their face. It was in a better place when you could do that. So I gotta commend Blake Neff for what he done. Him and all his thickness can keep on doing that exact thing. I got no problem. I got no problem with what that man said. You know, baby, you's a disappointment, baby. I can't believe you just said that. You know what we would do to somebody if they called us one of that. You know what your uncle did. Your uncle serving 25 to life because somebody went and called him that, boy. It's a different time, mama. This is a different time. You don't understand. You don't understand. I'm trying to move up a turning point. I want to be under the tent, mama. I want to be under the tent like Charlie was. I do it for Charlie, mama. You know, sad story. Sad story, guys. I mean, I know some of you are laughing, but it's a sad story. You know, a family torn. A family torn. A man that wasn't invited to the wall. He would do anything for them, but they would do nothing for him. They only gave him chosen spit. That's what the movie would be called. Chosen spit. Brandon Tatum starring in Chosen Spit. I do it for Charlie. I do it for Charlie, mama. Baby, you disappointing our family. You can't be doing stuff like this. I do it for Charlie. If anybody talk about Erica, you know, it ends with him and he's a sniper and he's just like, I'm Delta Trey. Oh, mama, forgive me. Forgive me, mama. You know, tries to get Candace, you know. That's the last task they put in front of him. You got to sacrifice your best friend. That's how they do you. Hey, sounds like I'm making stuff up. That's how they do you. They take out the leaders. They leave the ones who can be puppeteered. That's why Charlie's gone. What do you think Charlie's gone for? Because Charlie would go on whatever road he wanted. They take people like that out. They leave the Officer Tatums alive, the Benny Johnsons alive, and they try to take out the leader types. That's what they do. There's too many times you've seen this happen. Anyway, very sad story. Coming out October releasing on October 7th. No. August 7th. Never mind. Coming out October 7th. Coming out September 10th. Chosen Spit. Mama, they spit on me. I'm going to be a billionaire, mama. Mama. Just in the rain, screaming up at the sky. Mama. You know, had to sacrifice mama too. That's how they do you, man. I'm telling you. Anyway, all that to say, he's gonna be just fine with what they've done here. Anyway, somebody else says, let's switch over here. How does this guy appear to get away with such racist behavior for so long? Well, I mean, this is just what he does. It's completely fine. No one, I'm telling you, man, they don't care. Let me see if Candace said anything. Candace still hasn't said anything. I'm telling you, she doesn't know. She knows by now. She for sure knows by now. But she's probably like, I'm going to bed. You know? She's like, I'm done. I'm going to sleep. Don't worry. I'll come back soon. You know? She said something to Tyler. Hey, Tyler, was Charlie concerned about the money missing from Turning Point Action during the last few weeks on Earth? Simple yes or no question. Candace knows way more than she's... Oh, and Tyler said no? What? Hold on, let me pull this up. But anyway, to sum up this part of the show, Blake is terrible. He's terrible. You know, we have fun nicknames for him. We talk about him in fun ways, but to say something like that to Candace Owens is absolutely crazy. It doesn't make sense to say that to anybody, any person of color, whatever, is absolutely crazy, you know? So, I mean, that's a way back word, you know? I mean, the N word with an A at the end instead of an ER is almost more acceptable than that word. That word has roots, boy. That word, that's a way back word. You're digging in the trenches for that word. There's some black people who are teenagers. They don't even know what that word is. They have no idea. There's some black people in their 20s. They're like, I ain't never heard that word. What's that word mean? You mean raccoon? What are you talking about? They don't even know what that word is. You had to go way back for that word. That's a way back word. that's that's a way back word. You know what I mean? That's like it's like 1860s word. You know what I mean? You had to go way back for that one. That's not I'm telling you. I'm telling you. That's a wild thing to bring up to somebody. Let me jump over here really quick just to show you guys what Candace just got out of Tyler Boyer. This is so weird. So, in response to what Blake said, and then Tyler said something about the percentages, blah, blah, blah. Candace says, hey, Tyler, was Charlie concerned about the money missing from Turning Point action during his last few weeks on Earth? Simple yes or no question. Tyler says, nope. If you talked to your friend Finance Wolves, they're talking about Zach. They're talking about Wolves. He's talking about Zach. If you talk to your friend Finance Wolves, they don't even know each other. It's so funny. It's like if you question Turning Points or what they look like or the whole thing with Charlie, it's like, oh, you guys all must be friends. It's like, what are you talking about? But I don't think anybody knows Zach. Not really. I'm sure some people have talked to him. Anyway, whose clip you played many months ago, I'm fairly positive he received a cease and desist correcting him. It was kind of bizarre. It was a kind of bizarre lie from that guy not being able to read a 990. I'm not sure why a person would think grants from one Turning Point organization to another would be odd. That sounds odd on its face. Him just saying that sounds odd. So if I have a company, my company's giving another section of my company, and I can say it's different, but it's like the same company, same brand, same umbrella. I'm giving grants to myself. That does sound kind of weird. I don't know. What do I know, right? But I guess he thought so. The organization supported he was referring to had over 100 full-time employees. Now, Tyler just said a lot, and Candace didn't ask any of that. The only thing that Zach got corrected with that cease and desist, from what I know, watching his videos, is the fact that he said audit when he was supposed to say effort. So he actually had to change his title. I think he changed it to effort, and he made sure to say effort when he was talking about the whole thing. But that was mainly it. And he stood by a lot of what he said. So I think Tyler didn't really keep up with that all that well. I mean, if you go back and watch Zach's videos about that, and of course we're talking about Wolves in Finance, yeah, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. He only had to change one word. I mean, that's why we all make the joke like, oh, the effort. Oh, it's an effort. It's not an audit. Like that was the main thing they were focused on. They're like, this is not this is not an audit. He didn't want an audit. How dare you? It was an effort. So Tyler's kind of wrong, Anyway, weird. Someone's like, you're such an effing liar. Again, you got big balls. Charlie wanted a Doge style. She says audit. I'm saying effort. Okay. Common sense says he had questions starting with you. I mean, exactly. Who is that? Sam Fam reacts. Sam Fam reacts. 100%. This just makes perfect sense. I mean, he clearly had questions. That's why Candace is asking. They never realize when she's like laying out in my opinion, these weird traps. Because if somebody started doing this to me, I wouldn't even understand what they were doing. If they were like simple yes or no question, I'd be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll answer this. But she's like laying out a trap there. Clearly, he had questions. He wanted to know what was going on. He wanted to make sure everything was what he thought it was. The same way you would go up to someone who is like your chief of staff and you'd be like, okay, what's going on with the staff? The reason you're asking is because you want to know what's going on. You want to know what's happening. You want to know what's going to be happening in the future. You'd go do that with a finance guy. So, of course, If you're trying to have an effort, of course, you're trying to figure out what's going on. What exactly is going on in this company? I'm trying to figure out. I saw a couple things. I don't really understand what's going on. I just need someone to explain it to me. That's it. And it's not nefarious in nature. It's not nefarious in nature. It's not like he was like, we all have the idea that something was going on that he didn't understand and he was questioning things. But it could have just been like, I don't know. I'm the CEO and I'm liable for everything. So I just want to know what's going on. I just need someone to break it down for me. That could be it. But then also when you pair it with the fact that he sold his house, right? They moved into a smaller condo. He was trying to go and get some like end of life documents altered or signed or something like that. When you hear that he was trying to give back money to donors and things of that nature, and then that correlates with him selling the house and all this different stuff. When you hear all of that together and then you find out he's trying to do some Doge-like audit, then you go, oh, okay, this is something's going on here. Then on top of that, take the fact that I'm pretty sure it says in a doc, I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure in the document, there people were circulating this at the beginning a lot because the whole Doge style effort thing was really weird. Using the term Doge, what does everyone have Doge associated with? So if you're saying I need a Doge style effort, audit, whatever, if you're just saying Doge style, what are you trying to figure out? Well, everybody has Doge associated with fraud. That's what they have that word associated with, because when Elon was doing his thing with Doge, he was finding what? He was finding fraud. So if there's a Doge style effort, then you would assume that the person who is initiating it is looking for some kind of fraud or looking for some kind of weirdness. Anyway, someone said Elon Musk, bag of milk. Yeah, looks like a bag of milk. Who said that first? I think I said that first. Looks like a bag of milk. Maybe I heard it somewhere. I have no idea, but that's funny. Very, very funny. Anyways, I'm still waiting on Candace, man. I know she's gonna say something. She has to say something. Maybe she saves it up for the show. Also, just so you guys know, while we're yanking and banking like this, right? She is going to tell us who Ben Shapiro was at lunch with. Now, let's get into the actual breakdown, guys, because we've just been yanking and banking here. Blake has us all just yanking and banking a little too much today. Shout out to Blake as well, friend of the show, right? Let me just say Candace versus Tyler. That's what we're gonna go with there, right? And we do 46 to what? 53. We'll do 53 minutes. Let's get into the actual breakdown of this whole thing. Okay. Now this was very interesting. Did you guys really take in what Candace was saying when she was talking about this whole thing? Did you really take everything in? Because I did, and it was nuts. I'm telling you right now, I watched this first part 4 times, 5 times. I was up with Rosie. We were talking about what is going on. What does all this mean? She was giving me her theories. I was giving her my theory. We were pretty much on point. There was some Real Housewives stuff that came involved with it that I'm going to be telling you guys about. There's a whole bunch to this. And then there's some things that Candace didn't mention. If you've been watching the live streams of me talking about Uncle Jack, if you guys remember, if you can remember back to a character that I would talk about, Uncle Jack, he walk up with a baseball bat. He said, "What are you guys doing? Hey, Hughes, hey. Come over here before I smack you in the mouth." Uncle Jack Solomon, related to Erica Fronsvy, related to Lori Fronsvy, Uncle Jack. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about Uncle Jack pretty soon. But let's start with Candace. Now, I might have to replay this clip because I drank all the coffee before the show started. Okay, let's go.
If I'm going to be able to trust people, I can trust people who live like me. How about a religious group that's forbidden from drinking and smoking and gambling? They live like me. Okay? I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I'm going to trust the Mormons. One person who he trusted was a man named Frank William Gay. He was a member of the LDS Church, Latter-day Saints. who he initially hired just to run a subsidiary of his tool business. It was Frank William Gay who would then begin hiring people around him, hiring what became known as the Mormon Mafia, who would surround Howard Hughes during the rather bizarre last 10 years of his life when he experienced an entirely entire shift in his behavior. Like I said, he became a virtual recluse. He rented out the penthouse floor of the Desert Inn in Vegas. Then he outright purchased the hotel, casinos, all while he was kept holed up. He would see no one but these Mormon men who surrounded him. And then they started telling stories about his last years and why he didn't want to see anyone. Again, this was in stark contrast to the businessman that the world had come to know and love. The public was told that the reason that Howard Hughes suddenly didn't want to see anybody, he became a recluse, was because um, he was in pain from injuries that he had endured over his lifetime. So he began taking painkillers. That he then developed severe, debilitating OCD. Who he initially
Now, now, hold on. Let me go right back here for a second because I found this to be so interesting. Okay, so this is one of the first things. Listen to this.
who he initially hired just to run a subsidiary of his tool business. It was Frank William Gay who would then begin hiring people around him, hiring what became known as the Mormon Mafia.
Now, this was the first thing that tripped me out because I'm like, it's Utah, and then the name Gay, right? And if you watch Housewives, which I do, and watch Salt Lake City, one of my favorites, Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, there is a lady named Heather Gay. And I was like, and I know that this lady, she actually has a strong lineage going back to, I'm pretty sure it's the people who were protecting John Anderson or John Smith. Like her lineage goes back real far. So I was like, oh, I'm like, I wonder if she's related to this person. I didn't realize she kept her maiden name. Sorry, she kept her husband's name. So when I looked into it, she was the AI was like, no, she's actually related to Frank William Gay the Third. And I was like, well, then who's the second? And then we're like, that's his father. And I'm like, well, who's the first? And the first is that guy that Candace was talking about. So this real housewife, she married into this family. I had no idea that the family she married into was that strong. And that's why she went through hell trying to leave the whole, M&M, because she married into the heart of that. She already had this strong family lineage through her own blood. And then she married that guy. So Pastor Mary. Oh, my wife. So I was like, oh, that's who Heather married. Heather married the grandson of the man who formed the mafia, the M&M, I'll call it. I just found that to be so crazy. And then on top of that, she made a movie. Actually, a documentary. She made a documentary, very interesting documentary, and she was talking about escaping the M&M. And when I first saw this, I was like, wow, she just really doesn't like religion, and she's just kind of anti that, and that's why she looks at it with like such disdain and everything. That's what I thought, right? I'm like, some people, some people grow up with religion so much that they end up hating it because they're just like, it confined them too much, it restricted them too much, and then they lash out and then they want to leave, and et cetera, et cetera. I thought she was just making a big deal of it. But then you actually watch the movie. I'm talking about this documentary. It's a 3-parter. The first 30 minutes are mind-blowing. And she doesn't even get into the family that she married into. She doesn't really get into that family. She could have, but she doesn't. She doesn't talk about it much at all. And I see why. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. Which is why she had to lose everything. I don't even think she's getting any money. You'd think she'd be able to get money because, this guy, Frank William Gay III, probably very, very, very well off. But no, she lost everything to remove herself from it. It's wild. If you watch just the first 30 minutes of it, I think it's on I don't even know, Amazon Prime. It's probably Amazon Prime. Honey, correct me if I'm wrong. I see you're in here. If it's Amazon Prime, let me know. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And yeah, if you watch that, you just see the secrecy. There's secret cameras inside the church, which is crazy. Don't know how they did that. That person probably got in trouble. But it's like this whole thing, a lot of secrecy. So shout out to Heather. I didn't realize how crazy it was. But that is the first thing that stood out to me. I was mind blown. If you watch Housewives, you understand what I'm saying. But gosh, someone said Peacock. Someone says I miss Bravo. I mean, just look into that. Okay, so now, yeah. My wife says it's Bravo/Peacock thing. There you go, perfect. Go check it out. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm gonna rewatch it just because of this. Just because of this. Anyway, we'll move on to the next clip. This clip. So basically, if you don't know, if you're one of those people, you're watching it. This happens a lot with Candace. This happens a lot with a lot of big podcasts, is that it's so long and you love the person and you love listening to them, but you don't fully know what they're talking about all the time. I know this happens a lot to people, and believe you me, it happens to me as well, where I'm listening to something and I'm like, I like this person so much, but I don't know what they're saying right now. Like, why is this coming up? Why is this important? Well, just to get it into it before we jump into the clips, basically, she's just drawing a parallel. And I know for some people, you're going to be like, duh. Okay, be quiet. Okay. Anyway, nerd, you're the kid in class that's like, I finished this homework 3 weeks ago. Are we really going over this now? You guys haven't learned carry the 2 into the 1? Oh my gosh. Okay, relax, nerd. Anyway, she's drawing a parallel between Howard Hughes and Charlie Kirk. The reason that she's doing that is because Howard Hughes got surrounded by this Eminem, and she's talking about how Charlie got surrounded by this Eminem. And Howard Hughes more than Charlie, but we're not 100% sure. Tyler's trying to play it down quite a bit. He says the percentages are quite low, but I would love to know who in his direct orbit is actually that part of that church, I guess. But the whole thing has a lot of parallels as she goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And you start to realize this, and I'll bring up these parallels as I see them. But Howard William Gay is Tyler Boyer. Like, think about it, right? He's hiring everybody around Charlie. Howard William Gay the first, he was hiring everybody around Howard Hughes. He made sure that he was surrounded with these people, whether he realized it or not. He made sure that Erica came into the picture, Terrell came into the picture, not Mikey McCoy. I think there's Andrew Cipher came into the picture. He was the one placing people around Charlie. Now, again, to his defense, a little bit, they weren't all people from this church, but he did have control about who would be around him. He made sure certain things happened. And I do think that he had a lot to do with Charlie and Erica meeting. And I think that was intentional. And you could say Erica's not connected to this whole thing. But again, we'll talk about Uncle Jack. And that is actually her deep connection to the Eminem, if I say so. Let's jump into this next clip. This is where Candace starts to talk about a simple phrase. Listen. And I should probably show it to you, right, too? Right? I should probably show you the clip. Okay.
Before the assassination. It is just a small world, but I digress. Here are the facts regarding the investigation into the death of Howard Hughes, which the investigation had to take place due to a fight over his estate. Despite being OCD, he somehow didn't put together a will for his vast empire. It tells us that after 18 months studying and investigating Hughes's drug abuse, a man who didn't do drugs his whole life and hired Mormons because they didn't do drugs, suddenly died a drug addict. It was discovered after this investigation that, quote, someone administered a deadly injection of the painkiller codeine to this virtually comatose man, obviously needlessly and almost certainly fatal dose. We then learned that he suffered from malnutrition, that he was covered in bed sores While his kidneys were damaged, his other internal organs, including his brain, which had no visible damage or illnesses, were deemed perfectly healthy. X-rays revealed 5 broken off hypodermic needles that were inside the flesh of his arms. When he died in 1976, his body was so thin that observers likened him to a captive from a Japanese prisoner of war camp. That was the condition that man was in.
Now, obviously, there's no comparison to Charlie there. Charlie was very healthy. He was actually, I think he was the healthiest he'd ever been before he passed away. I mean, he was svelte. He looked like he looked like he was on the road to get jacked. Like, that's what Charlie looked like. He was looking real good in a suit before he passed. But there were some I don't know. I think there were some questions around what happened to Charlie, right? I think there was a few questions. I don't know. There's this guy Barron. You ever heard of this guy Barron? I don't know. This guy Barron kind of talks about things. He doesn't really touch on it all that much, but he's asked a question or two. I think. I think Candace has too. I'm not 100% sure. I could be wrong, but but that is the link there. That there are questions. Now, another thing that I don't know if you know, I'm just gonna put this character in really quick to see if you realize that this is what you were watching when you were a kid. Some people do, some people don't. Some of us are very young and we're just watching things, and we don't really know what we're watching. Now, do you remember this image? Do you remember this? Oh yeah, you're gonna make it so I have to reset, so people can't hear the things. Okay, cool, no problem. I'll reset. Do you guys remember this image at all? Right? This is Mr. Burns. This is Mr. Burns, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you remember Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns was in a situation in this episode where great episode. It was a great episode where he was long haired, and it's even said that this is what Howard Hughes looked like. Right? That's why they chose Mr. Burns. He was this billionaire. In this episode, he became a recluse. He was wearing shoe boxes on his feet because he became a germaphobe. He had long nails. This is all the things that they said happened to Howard Hughes. And if you remember the episode, again, when you're watching it as a kid, it's just like some funny cartoon. But if you're watching the episode, yeah, I said hop in. I said hop in. Mr. Burns, I don't know. This is Spruce Moose. Hop in, Smithers. I said hop in. He's going nuts in that episode. If you remember, he looks at Smithers and he like zooms in because he's a germaphobe. So his eyes like zoom in on Smithers. And the germs are all there. The germs all look up at him and they say something. Do you remember what the germs say to Mr. Burns that freaks him out? Do you remember at all? I can't play it because it's The Simpsons, but they look up at him and they say, Freemasons run the country. Which is crazy. But it's just very interesting that, yeah, run the country. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they say. It's very weird. Right? But when you're a kid, you're just like, whatever. You know, this is cool. It's just, I get to watch a cartoon. You know, it is the cartoon everybody watches. And he's disgusted. Yes, he goes, ew, ew. He gets all freaked out. But it's interesting that in this episode, the Simpsons were discussing Howard Hughes through Mr. Burns, and then dropped that little thing of like Masons run the country in regards to what was happening to Howard Hughes. You know what I mean? Like they're mixing all that together. Like that was a realization that Howard Hughes went through, or somehow that statement applies to what Howard Hughes was going through. And now all of a sudden you go and you listen to what Candace is saying, and then you learn a little bit more about the people she's talking about, and you start to realize the Simpsons did it again. I mean, they just continuously do it again and again and again. It's nuts. How many times they do it. It's crazy. Someone said the founder was one. Someone said John Smith was one. Right? I don't know that for a fact, but I'm gonna just trust the Simpsons. You can't trust many people, but you can trust the Simpsons, you know? especially because the guy who started the show is one. Isn't that interesting? He started the show, he is one, and then he has that said in that episode. Why? Because he knows so much about what happened to Howard Hughes. It's just very interesting. Very, very interesting. Anyway, let's move on to the next clip I have here. 19 minutes. This is where she reveals that just like Charlie, these people took over Howard Hughes' charity. Found that to be very interesting too. Let's jump over here. Shout out to Mr. Burns, friends of the show. Oh yeah, you're not gonna be able to hear it. Oh yeah, I forgot what they done to me. I forgot what they done to me. You're not gonna be able to hear it. Hold on. Hold please. Hold please, as they say. Let me hold on, Candace. Let me remove this. Gotta remove this because they're not gonna let you guys hear it for some reason. Come on, pause. Yeah, I gotta move over here. I don't know why it's doing this. I really gotta set up the computer. I really, really gotta set up the computer. It's hard. It's hard. The computer's already giving me issues because I'm 40 and I'm setting up a computer. You know what I mean? It's just like, ugh. Anyway, I might have to call a buddy in to help me with this, you know. But let's get this up here. The face that I have Candace making here is just hilarious. Oh gosh. Oh, just she is disgusted with what she is witnessing in this episode. I will also like to add really quick. I do think the reason she is bringing this up now is not just because it's like cool information. I think, I could be wrong, it may have a connection to when she brings up who Ben Shapiro was having lunch with. I think that's where it might go, which is why she's making sure to put this out here on a Wednesday. And on Thursday, she said we will not get out of the week without her telling us. And I think she's giving us this information so when she actually announces who it was, it makes way more sense for us. I think. I could be wrong. Anyway, let's get into this next clip here.
Bed sores, not even turned over. But don't worry, they brought in the psychologist to testify that that's actually something that we term the clean, healthy paradox. Okay. He thinks and it's a lot to explain. You always got to bring in a psychologist to explain nonsense. In effect, during those years, his business was being run entirely by his LDS lieutenants, the people that he trusted, every aspect of it. And after he died on Robert Graf's plane, the fight for his $2.5 billion estate began. People just coming in saying, oh no, I should inherit it. There was a mysterious handwritten note, which was filed by the Church of Latter-day Saints, which they claimed was his last will and testament. That claim was summarily rejected by the courts. It was a 34-year legal battle until eventually it was decided that the majority of his fortune, around $1.5 billion, would be controlled by the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, the charity that I told you he started, and that he had transferred the Hughes aircraft into. Now, charities have trustees that make the decisions on the board. And when he was alive, he was the trustee to his own charity. Of course, when he died, the trustee of the board became Frank William Gay, his trusted Mormon, who, it would be discovered later, was at one point working with the CIA. Now, today...
Jeez, I missed that part. Whoa. And that's why so many of them do, you know, and it makes sense. It's not even like a weird... They're the perfect when you're in the agency and you're recruiting, who are you trying to recruit? You're trying to recruit people who are squared away, who are disciplined, who can keep secrets, who know the importance of brotherhood, community. Of course, that's who you pick. And that's why such a large percentage of them end up being, you know, from that place, from that association, we'll say.
That charity, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, has an endowment of $24 billion, controlled by trustees. And the companies outside of the charity, of which there was many, the casinos, the real estate, the movie rights, all of that was placed under a holdings company, Howard Hughes Holding Company. It was Sumo Company before that. And deals were made, okay? We can update you today to who owns all this stuff. Today, his Las Vegas Sands Resort, obviously, and casino is controlled and operated by Miriam Adelson. It was Sheldon Adelson that had it. And of course, he passed away recently. So Miriam Adelson controls that. Steve Wynn controls the Frontier Hotel and casinos and the Desert Inn, the place where Howard Hughes became a reclusive, never drew the shades. Steve Wynn eventually demolished that. And today it is the famed Wynn Las Vegas Hotel. The real estate empire is still being operated with his name, right? Howard Hughes Holding Incorporated. American hedge funder Bill Ackman was and is the executive chairman of Howard Hughes Incorporated. He was from 2010 to 2024. He was the executive chairman before he retired for a couple of months, but then changed his mind last year in May of 2025. Bill Ackman made a $900 million investment into Howard Hughes Holding Incorporated.
This is nuts. It's nuts that it's these characters, right? You know, this also, again, makes me think it's going to be Bill that Ben was at lunch with. You know, the mention of this really makes me think that. I don't know who Bill is in this situation, right? It seems like Tyler is Frank. That's who Tyler seems like, right? That's Tyler. In if you want to draw a parallel from like who was just mentioned to it could be Steve Wynn. Yes, it could be Steve Wynn. So Tyler is like this Frank Gay guy, right? Or Frank William Gay. You know, what a name, huh? Miriam, right? Because Miriam was just mentioned. She's like Erica Kirk, right? Without the sparkles, right? She's a little older. She's like, I don't need any damn sparkles anymore. I run the world. I don't care, you know? So she's like Erica. Steve Wynn is like Andrew Colvett. He takes over a little things that are like adjacent to Howard Hughes, right? Andrew says he doesn't make any money, but then all of a sudden Candace revealed that allegedly he actually owns a part of the Charlie Kirk show, and anything that goes there will also enrich him in certain ways. And then it seems like, so he seems like Steve Wynn, and then Bill Ackman seems like, I don't know, maybe Mikey McCoy, maybe Blake, I'm not sure, but it's so similar. The inner circle that he has around him versus the inner circle that Charlie had around him. So interesting. So interesting. And you know what's wild? And I know you guys have mentioned this, and I know I've heard this, is that Andrew actually has connection to Miriam. So we go even deeper with the actual parallel, right? Adelson owns the sparkles. Yeah, she's like, I bought a sparkle factory, you know. And we'll never tell you what's inside the sparkles or the glitter. We'll never tell you, you know. It's very interesting. So Andrew has a connection to Miriam, which makes sense. It's not actually the craziest thing because Charlie had a connection to her. Charlie was able to be in rooms around her and whatnot. You know, I think even she was the person that went up to Charlie after he had Tucker on stage, because Tucker says a very well-known, very rich woman ran up to Charlie and said, "You can't do this," after Tucker was on stage at an event. I think it was her. Could have been her. I don't know. Who else would do that? Who else is very rich and very well-known? I can't think of another name. So, just very interesting. The whole thing's very, very interesting. But let's jump over here. Let's jump to the next one. Actually, you know, let that play a little bit. Let me hear that.
Returning him back to that executive chair position. I should also mention that Frank William Gay, the trusted Mormon, he had a son, Robert Gay, who became the managing director of Mitt Romney's Bain Capital for 16 years. So why am I telling you that? Because the story is interesting. It's just interesting to think about that. A man who lives his life, and then we are told in the end that he kind of reversed course on everything that he was. He becomes a drug addict. His empire gets smashed, divided, and the articles reflect that he was infiltrated, or heavily imply, by this Mormon mafia, as they termed it. That's where the term literally comes from. And it's interesting. And the reason why I came across this guy's name, truly, I am not a movie person, was because when I was researching one of the Maroon Boys, who I'm not naming at this time, I did discover that he was a relative of the Hughes family empire. I thought, oh, who is this? Who is this Howard Hughes? And then I was speaking to some LDS church members who were then telling me the story. And I started reading the articles and going, wow, this is super fascinating.
What? So one of the Maroon Boys, I didn't catch that either. One of the Maroon Boys was related? Wow. Oh man. I don't support when people say like, oh, she should just bring all the information all out at once. I think that's the dumbest thing ever. I think that's just not how it works. It doesn't work like that in entertainment. Doesn't work like that in podcasting. Doesn't work like that in journalism. Doesn't work like that in investigations. You don't just blurt out everything you have all at once. It's a terrible idea. You're supposed to put it out thing by thing by thing by thing, and let people fall into traps, let people say things that just are clearly not true, have information you can release that show that they're lying, allow them to lie and lie more. I mean, it just makes perfect sense to do it the way she does it. But boy, oh boy, do I want to know who those people are, these Maroon Boys. And the fact that she knows says a lot. It says a whole lot. All right, let's jump over here now. Where are we? 25 minutes. Let's jump over here. This is where Candace discusses Tyler telling her Turning Point will never not be pro-Philly, which is such a weird thing to say. Such a weird thing to say. Which makes sense. When we get into Uncle Jack, I guess we'll get into Uncle Jack now. When we get into Uncle Jack, you'll understand why he's saying that.
Then became the COO of Turning Point Action. And yes, he brought in Erica. Of that, there is no doubt. They have both admitted that. But she can't remember how she knows him. She told me maybe through Senator John Kill, maybe that's what she told me in our face-to-face meeting, but she can't recall that specific detail of the guy who set her up to go on a interview with the love of her life, apparently. I remember the last face-to-face conversation that I had with Tyler. We were backstage at AmFest, and I was telling him that Charlie should just debate Nick Fuentes. There was some Groyper stuff going on, as usual, at these events in the hallways, and I was like, just sit down and just have the debate. I think it's just worth having it. And he told me that Turning Point USA was never not going to be pro-Israel. They would always be pro-Israel. In retrospect, that's a weird thing to say, especially a weird thing to consider since its founder was quite literally going against Israel in those last months. That Charlie Kirk wrote explicitly he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause. And according to Charlie, he felt that he was being morally blackmailed at Bill Ackman's house in the Hamptons by Seth Dillon and others. I'll be clear, he didn't say Bill Ackman morally blackmailed him, but Seth Dillon, he did say, I've been morally blackmailed by Seth Dillon. So I know exactly what Charlie Kirk was referring to. He was being pressured. And he decided, no more. He gets a phone call from Bibi Netanyahu. We still don't know really what happened during that phone call, but we know his wife was by his side. We know that Charlie wanted to, 7 days before he died, to establish a Doge audit at his company. That's a fact. He doesn't know, apparently, where all the money is going. I am told specifically by Turning Point employees that the money was missing out of Turning Point Action. That is Tyler's arm. And yes, it may or may not be relevant that Tyler is sitting on the board of a company with Erica's mother, Lori Franzfey, who had those relationships with the Mormons, like Terrell Farnsworth, before Charlie knew who Lori Franzfey and Erica Franzfey were. We are told that Charlie and Erica had an appointment to change his will, which was scheduled for the Monday after he died. He never made it to that Monday. He never made it to that appointment. He's then murdered in Utah. And then his wife assumes the reins of the company. The audit is magically canceled. Turning Point becomes virtually unrecognizable. Ben Shapiro slides into Charlie's studio with $1 million check in hand. Not even Ben Shapiro himself or Blake Neff could stomach the lie that Andrew Colvett tried to spin that Ben and Charlie were friends. They actually came out and told the truth, because I was going to go like max on that, and I actually pulled back on dropping even more text messages when Blake Neff admitted and Ben admitted that they were not friends. But Andrew Colvett attempted to tell that lie to the public, and that should terrify you about the people that were surrounding Charlie Kirk. To be so willing to so quickly pervert a dead man's beliefs. Erica then goes on a Shabbat Shalom book tour immediately, first thing. She sits down with Barry Weiss, the New York Times.
Man. Okay. So, just to talk about Uncle Jack really quick. Just really, really quick. Talk about Uncle Jack. Now, Uncle Jack, I can't find the episode. I should have asked to find the episode of them having a conversation. Or you remember when Candace brought up the whole family tree? You guys remember that? She was bringing up the family tree of Erica and everything. Well, in that family tree, there's someone who's related to Erica Franzvi, and his name is Jack Solomon. Let me see if I can find what Jack Solomon has done here. His name is Jack Solomon. Now, Jack Solomon is responsible for something that was taking place at UVU a long time ago. Jack Solomon was a board member of the Center of Philly Studies at Utah Valley State College, now known as UVU, when it was established in the mid-90s. The center was founded largely through the efforts of Merle Telford, Merlin Telford, aimed to build the understanding between Philadelphians and LDS churchgoers, noting that they shared heritage and relationship to the House of Philadelphia. Okay, so he actually made this interfaith thing years ago. Told him to make sure he wanted this interfaith thing to happen. He actually made it happen. We have no idea. I don't know if he's still alive. I think he passed away sometime 2015, something like that. But he has a direct tie to UVU. He has a direct tie to the church, we'll just say. And more than likely has a direct tie to the M&M. I'm not going to call it what it's called. The M&M. M&M. I think we'll just call it that. Let me just see. Turn mic up. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, I think Uncle Jack is the biggest connection that we have here. Now, I haven't heard anybody talk about Uncle Jack. Nobody talks about Uncle Jack. I have no idea why. Nobody comments on Uncle Jack. Nobody gives any breakdowns on Uncle Jack. I was the only one talking about Uncle Jack months ago. I just felt like he was someone who needed to be discussed. He looked like a mobster, and you know me. I joke around a lot. So, I go into this whole character of this mobster type, and he's saying this and saying that. That was my whole thing with Uncle Jack. But I did find it interesting that he was the one that started this interfaith. It's almost like he's the one that started the alliance between Philadelphia and that church. He made sure that they were interconnected. And again, this is what gives Erica Kirk a direct connection to the Mormons, which, in my opinion, is probably how she actually knew Tyler Boyer, because it's all foggy. Tyler doesn't really know how they met. She doesn't really know how they met. I think they've known each other for a long time, a very, very long time. And I think it's through that interfaith connection that I don't think he is her uncle. I think he would be her great uncle, but he's related to Lori Franzvi. So I just call him Uncle Jack. So that is a big connection that I don't think anybody's going to really bring up. If Candace does bring it up, it'll be mind-blowing. But I haven't seen anybody bring it up in the longest time. Just to end off what I was reading there, Solomon was a businessman and trustee of University. He served for 25 years. He served on the 25 board alongside other prominent figures like Joe Cannon and Lawrence Loeb or Loeb. The center's mission, including offering classes, lecture series, public forums, furthering the understanding of the Philadelphian people, Philadelphia, and the land of Philadelphia among people of Utah. So when you hear Tyler Boyer say that Turning Point will never not be pro Philadelphia, this is part of the reason why. There is this deep connection between the two, and it was established by someone who is related to Erica Kirk. It's crazy. It's crazy. I looked into Jack. He's not a Mason or anything that I could find. I couldn't find anything that would tell me he was, but yeah, it's interesting. Let's keep going. Let's keep going here. Let's keep on doing this whole thing. That was the biggest part. That was the whole Eminem, the whole mafia thing. I think that was a great, but let's jump into the other part here. Let me just see. And the other part would be Andrew Colvett. Now there is a crazy amount of people, who saw what Candace had to say to Andrew Colvett. But for those of you that are not on X, you have no idea the brawl that was taking place while Candace was done her show. I call it the after show. That's what we'll call these segments that we do, because it always pops off after the show. It wasn't just Blake calling her what he called her. It wasn't just that. And in fact, I should just do a little update to make sure. Did Candace respond yet? Has Candace responded yet at all? That is what I want to know. Has Candace said, hey, Blake, F you on behalf of the entire world? She has not. She has not responded as of yet. Believe you me, I am keeping tabs on it. I want to know when she responds. I think she's going to save it until the show. I think we're going to get an F you, Blake. We're going to get Ben Shapiro. We're definitely going to get Ben Shapiro and who he was at lunch with. And then I think we're going to get more of a connection to the church mafia. I think we're going to get more of that. Part of what I used to call, I don't know if you guys ever saw the episodes, I was making something called the unholy, what was I calling it? The unholy mob. That's what we were calling it, the unholy mob. So it was like a bunch of different factions that were all threaded together through Turning Point Faith and Charlie Kirk. If you haven't seen those episodes, you got to check those episodes out. We go really, really deep in those episodes. But let's get to what I do best, what I love most, the tea. Allow us to get to the tea. We'll have Candace start it off. Someone said, who is Uncle Jack? Jack Solomon. I should actually, do I have an image of Jack Solomon? I found one image of him a while ago, and the only reason I found it is because someone on X actually found an image of him with another one of Erica's relatives. But other than that, you can't find any images of this guy. I'm telling you. Like, this guy, that's why I was like, oh, he's like a mobster. Because, like, you can't see his face. You don't get to see him talk about anything. He just went to UVU, started this whole thing, and that was it. And people just kind of stopped it there. Someone said, I have some. You have some? Tag me on X right now if you have some images of Uncle Jack. I have one image, and it's buried in my bookmarks. I cannot find it. I have about 500 bookmarks. Can't find it at all. Kent Franzvi's sister, Carla's husband. Yes, that is Uncle Jack. Yes, let me just put that out there. That is Uncle Jack. Someone wrote an article about Uncle Jack. Again, there's no pictures of him. People just have no pictures of Uncle Jack. That's also what makes me think he is some kind of figure that we just don't quite understand yet. I think he's way more important than people are. Uncle is not Philadelphia. No. Of course he is. What? Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Yes, Uncle Jack is very Philadelphia. Uncle Jay, as some people are trying to call him in the comment section. Yes, Uncle Jay. I'm not. Listen, listen. J stands for Jack. Okay. Someone said Uncle J. J stands for Jack. That's all we're saying on this show. We're not saying anything else. We're not suggesting anything else. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, let's jump in here. Oh man, I so want to talk about what happened with the armies. You guys know what happened with U.S. Army and the Philadelphian Army, right? You guys saw that, right? I'm gonna play a video. We're gonna talk about it. It's crazy. Uncle Philly. Yeah, you can call him Uncle Philly. Anybody that has images of Uncle Jack, please let me know. Again, I just can't find my image, and I don't have anyone that has access to my account. But Uncle Jack does exist. He looks like a straight. He looks like he's straight from the movie Goodfellas. He looks like he's Ray Liotta's grandfather or uncle. I'm telling you, he looks like such a mobster. Anyway, um, 5,000 people in the chat. I know black, nunca, nunca, no black, nunca, nunca. I know black, papi. People are still talking about what Blake said. People are so pissed, so mad about what Blake said. And Blake's just chilling. Blake's chilling, I'm telling you. He ain't going nowhere. People probably have their heart set that Blake's going to get fired. Blake ain't getting fired, man. I'm telling you. They're never going to let Blake go. If you've... Barron broke down what Blake already did to get fired from Tucker Carlson's show. If they hired him off of that, they're never firing him. He could go hard R if he wanted to. They're not going to do anything. He could go right up to Candace face to face, hard R, straight to her face, turn around. Erica would be like, that's my, that's what's up, Migga. That's what's up, Migga. They would have no problem with it. Are you kidding me? Zero problem. Anyway, let's get into the Andrew Colvett stuff here. It's not even just Andrew Colvett. It's like a whole little battle that took place after the show. Candace is, I would imagine, I'm drained after my shows because I go 4 hours. Candace is amped up after her show. I don't know if anybody knows. Someone said, what did he say? Oh my gosh, you got to go back. You got to go back. You skipped up, man. I'm telling you. Go back. Blake called her. You got to just, here, I have it still. Here, let me pull it up. This is what Blake said, okay? There's this word here. It says conspiracy slop, but he added another O. And when you add another O to this word, it becomes a much different word. Someone said Blake got a promotion. Blake got a promotion, man. Blake got a promotion. Believe you me. Andrew's going to come out on the Charlie Kirk show. So we know what happened, and we just figured we would troll the trolls, and we had a good time doing it. And I got to be honest, we don't like black people. Listen, Charlie really didn't like blacks. I mean, he would always say it. We had a private conversation, Charlie and I. That's exactly where they're going to go with it. We had a private conversation, Charlie and I, and he would often tell me he didn't really like him at all. He was a tall guy. He used to play basketball, and he really never liked the guys he had to play basketball with. I mean, it's a known thing. Charlie was from Chicago, so he met some of the worst ones you could meet, and he would often tell me how much he didn't like them. Yeah, that's what they're going to go with. That's going to be the last thing, yeah? You and Charlie were never friends. Blake is going to be like, you and Charlie were never friends. Charlie was a devout racist, and everyone knows it. We all knew that privately. Privately, we all knew that Charlie just didn't like people like you, okay? And we used to act like we did because it was nice. We were just trying to be nice to you, that's all. But Charlie despised you. Anyway, let's keep going. Blake is now in the 33 club. Yeah, Blake's going to be at the wall. Blake said that and he got an invitation to the wall. They were like, hello. Is this Blake? Is this the man? I think it's him. I think it is him. Ken, come. Is this Blake? Hello, Blake. It's very good. This is BB. Yes, of course. We saw what you did. We would like you to come to the wall as soon as possible. You can do whatever you want on this wall, okay? You come, we have a hat for you. We have everything laid out for you. Afterwards, we get shawarma, we get hummus, and we will have a good time. Okay? Yes? Come. Yella, yella, come, come. We will send a jet. We will send a jet. You know? Someone says C word is worse than the N word. C word is worse than the N word only because you have to dig so far back, right? The N word is just prevalent. It's everywhere. You listen to any song, people are singing it now. It used to just be in gangster rap. Now it's just like people are singing it and, people are having a good time with it. It's crazy, right? There's rappers who will be like, my name's Little N word, and it's like a white kid with face tattoos. It's like, okay, whatever. It's wild. It's everywhere. But that word, you got to go way back for that word. You got to go way back for that one, and you know the meaning of it. That's a weird word to know the meaning of. Anyway, like that, and then by the way, that's what they call us. People like us, conservatives, get called that stuff all the time, but we usually get called it by other black people, not by Blake. It's crazy. Believe me, I know Candace has been called that. I've been called that many times, but it's always by other black people. Always by other black people. Never by someone like Blake. Someone said Barron will go off on that comment. Barron's not going to just go off on that comment. It's going to be what Turning Point is becoming and what they're allowing. Barron was just saying this. I think Barron was just saying this. Was it last week? Where he was talking about Andrew and like, what are you guys going to allow in this company? He has said this in regards to Andrew. He has said this in regards to Blake. And now, again, this is going to be his answer. This is his answer of what they're going to allow, what they want the company to look like, what they want the company to be. That's the answer. They're giving you the answer. They want it to be exactly what you just saw. Yeah, I'm making jokes, but they are not mad at Blake right now. They're just not. They're not. There's no way they are. Because here's a simple thing. He's friends with the spokesperson. If they were mad, the spokesperson would be like, hey, Blake, before the show today, delete the terrible thing you said on X immediately. That's what the spokesperson would say. Right? Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I never say this. I can't wait to see Officer Tatum's response. I can't wait. If he goes live, I don't know his schedule. If he actually does live streams, I'm going to go on there. I'm going to leave like a $200 super chat and be like, tell me what you think about Blake calling Candace this. I'm doing that 100%. I'm going to figure out what his live stream schedule is. I'm going to do that because I want an answer. I want to know exactly how he feels about this. I want to see him tap dance, chuck and jive after I ask that question so he can stay good with Candace and stay good with Turning Point. I would love to hear the answer that he gives. I'm 100% going to do that. And then I'll bring you guys the clip. You know how I do. I love a nice clip. I'll bring you the clip. I'll bring you the clip as soon as I'm done. What are we talking about? And if he skips it, better not. It's Officer Tatum. I might have to do like 300. I might have to. It's worth it to get that answer, though. I gotta say. I'm like trying to look up his live schedule now. Don't worry. I'm gonna look up his live schedule. Someone said record it. Yeah, I might have to screen record it. I might have to, because he might delete it like afterwards. He might answer it, and then when it goes into VOD mode, which is just like replayable mode, he might get rid of it. Someone said Tatum gonna finesse. You think he's gonna finesse? You think he's gonna get over on me? You think so? He might. We'll see. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Give it a try. Because I want to know. How are you okay with this? How does this work? How do you contend with this in your mind that this is like an okay thing that happened? This is all good. Right? You love Candace. She's your sister. I know what I would do if somebody called my sister that. I know what I would have to say. I couldn't be good with them. I couldn't be friends with them after they called my sister that. After my sister didn't do anything, she just made an episode. She didn't even direct anything at the guy who said it. He just came and said it for no reason. I know where I'd be at with my sister. Someone said use a dummy account. I don't have any. I'm not that kind of person. I don't have burner accounts or anything. Maybe I should start one. That's a good idea. I might have to do a little burner account. Maybe. You think that would work? Just white conservative side 647. White conservative guy 1776. He'd be like, I gotta answer you. What's going on, boss? What you want to know, boss? Oh, doesn't he have like a call-in? I never called into his thing. Oh, man. Okay, I'm realizing a lot of things. Someone said you got a burner account. I don't. I have no burner accounts. I wish I did. I just say everything. I've always been like this since the beginning. I've always used my name. I've always used my face. I have no accounts where I didn't use my name and face and I wasn't like a public person. In fact, I should actually mention this. I never celebrate anything. This channel is actually on its 10-year anniversary. This channel has existed for 10 years. YouTube told me. It's the channel's 10-year anniversary, guys. How about that? So for 10 years, I have never, ever been a secret person. I've never been anonymous online. I fight for anybody who does want to be anonymous online, but I just use my face. I don't know. I'm good looking, right? So you can't hide all this. You know what I mean? I gotta see. That's why I took off the hat. I'm like, I got a perfectly shaped head. What are we doing here, guys? Gotta let this thing out, right? Yeah, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years the channel's been around, man. A lot of ups and downs. A lot of posting things, not posting for months. A lot of posting dumb stuff. A lot of posting terrible things that suck. A lot of trying things, failing. A lot of different stuff. A lot of going dormant for years. This channel made 1 penny for 6 years, maybe even 7 years. And then I decided to start posting every day, and it's turned into a live show now, and it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. So 10 years. 10 years, man. It's a long time. It's going to get to 20 years. Am I going to be doing this 10 years from now? I wonder. I would love to. It'd be cool, you know? But by then I'll be rich and I'll have a bedazzled head. Nice big crystals on my head. Sideburns, gold dust sideburns, stuff like that. Anyway, we're just yanking and banking right now. Let's get to the stuff. We got Candace sitting here mid-sentence. Let's get into it, guys. We're just yanking and banking here. Come on. Let's jump into the next thing. Let's jump in here.
You're terrible at PR. Here is the email that we received from the Daily Mail asking us to comment, and we did comment. And so I am challenging. This is so open and shut. If the Daily Mail created an article of which actually secretly Candace was behind and attributed quotations, they have not removed the article. They have not issued any retraction. Turning Point USA could very easily get a lawyer to send out and demand that they retract it. They're using direct quotations. You can't do that. That is the clearest case of defamation ever for an article to make, for a journalist, a senior reporter, no less, to make up quotations out of whole cloth that never happened. And here's what I will say. I am so sick of this. Now they're saying, I've never even heard Erica swear. I've never even heard her swear. Do you think we're dumb? Do you think people can't watch her during her pageant years when she's trying out for every real, reality and TV? And Erica literally says, she's asked the question, what is something you wish that you could say to your younger self? Advice that you wish you could give to your younger self. And she says, don't try cocaine.
I did not hear that. Did anybody else see that clip? Let me tell you something. If you have that clip, please post that on X and tag me. I have never seen what Candace is talking about there, because that's crazy if she said that. That's a crazy thing to say. I mean, good advice at the same time to your younger self, but I had never seen that. I would have made 2 episodes about that. That would have been a thumbnail for sure. Look, everybody's saying yes. I missed that one, guys. I missed that one. Please, please put me up on that one. I need I need to see that cuz that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say.
Well, that's weird advice to give. Erica used to party. Okay, that's fine, by the way. The idea that Erica has never swore and doesn't swear, again, is this bizarre caricature that they have been trying to build of Erica as like this strong, loving Christian who never does anything wrong. Erica really is a nun behind the scenes. I have told you explicitly, she's nasty behind the scenes. She is. Any comment, Andrew Colvin, on what I'm saying about her calling priests and calling people and telling them to pull out of a Catholic prayer event because I was going to be praying? Like, that had nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with you guys. Is that the sweet Christian girl that you're talking about? No, she operates behind the scenes. She has been operating behind the scenes, and she works with you. What kind of Christian lies about a surgeon call? What kind of Christian would just lie explicitly, say Andrew Cole went rogue, the surgeon went rogue, and I had no idea about it? That's not true. Would you like to double down on that claim, Andrew? How about you do that? If I'm lying and she's so pure and innocent, then why don't you guys respond to that? Did the surgeon go rogue and violate HIPAA and speak to you one-on-one alone without Erica's approval? Did you tweet that without Erica's approval? Honest Erica? She's never told a lie. She's never swore. She's never used that language. She's just so pure. Who are you fooling? Who do you guys think you are fooling with this repeat act? I could have thrown in her time when she was partying, people that were reaching out, telling me about how she partied, people who partied with her. We left all that off the table because Erica was in her 20s and Erica's allowed to party. I was not doing drugs and cocaine, but I certainly partied. I always tell people that I was partying in New York City. Catch me at PhD, the Electric Room, One Oak. So we left it off the table. But the idea that you're now trying to paint her as so innocent that she doesn't swear so that you can blame me for what you guys not just did to me, have been doing to me nonstop, promoting influencers that attack me nonstop, go after my family. It's unbelievable, Andrew. Your PR strategy is a nightmare. So I am challenging you. I am asserting definitively that I had nothing to do with that Daily Mail article. I have nothing to do with any press that's being written about Erica because the press hates me. I'll go to court with you. You get them for defamation. If Candace was behind these direct quotations taken from a family friend, an article that has not been retracted, I am your ally, Andrew. That's really dirty business for a senior reporter to do. That person should be fired. Like you should actually pursue that. That would be a good use of your time.
Wow. calling the bluff like this is incredible because you know that 100% he's not going to do that. And in fact, because I was looking at this whole thing, I was watching the after show, the back and forth that they had. Turning Point, or at least Andrew, I should say, has been going after this guy Mitchell, who was a former reporter, I guess maybe former for Daily Mail. So they're going at this guy for some reason, but not going after the actual associate editor who had to approve this story going out. So they're going after someone who's not a current employee of the Daily Mail, and instead, they're going after someone who used to be an employee at the Daily Mail. They're going at that guy, but they're not going at the Daily Mail itself. I mean, it just looks ridiculous. I don't even know. That's why I've had the theory for so long. I'm like, are their lives under threat or something? Is there someone pulling the string that's like threatening them or something? Because the things they're doing are so crazy. They're such crazy things. Like, why would you do any of this? Any of this stuff? Somebody would have to have like a gun to your back being like, all right, now post this. You're like, I can't, I'm going to sound like a moron. I just said the other thing. They're going to go ahead, just say it. Or they'd be like, yalla, now, say this, write it. Yes, perfect. I look like such an idiot. Why are you making me do this? Now, Blake, conspiracy slop. Conspiracy. Write it. Two O's. Write it now. It's racist. Everyone's gonna say I'm racist. Now, Erica, do something stupid in your podcast. Huh? Oh, okay. What do you want me? Tell people on stage that they can be tables now. What? That doesn't make any sense. What do you? You guys could be tables if people wreck your tables. You could be your own table. It's like, what are you guys talking about? What are they all doing? Why are they all doing this? The whole time. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Anyway. Like, are they under threat? I don't know. I'll play a little bit more of this.
Rather than tweeting stupidity into the universe, as seems to be the full-time job of both you and Blake. Okay? Anyway, a couple of things that I did want to respond to from yesterday's episode. We got a lot of emails, and tomorrow is when we are going to cover, obviously, who Ben Shapiro was allegedly lunching with when he found out and got the news, and his security sprung into action and spoke to we still don't know who on the phone in the car. A couple of people thought that the car looked.
So let's jump into the after show, because it did keep on going. It kept on keeping on. Now, this is the person I was talking about that they started going after, this guy Mitchell Jackson. I'm pretty sure he doesn't say he's says founder communications strategist, consultant, BCC communications, independent, former reporter. That's it. So I guess he was a reporter at one time. For some reason, he is having this back and forth with Andrew Colvett. The Daily Mail wrote this slop. We're just going to go through each thing. The Daily Mail wrote this slop on an anonymous source about Erica. Candace's PR firm. That's why they're going after him. Interesting. Candace's PR firm, Mitchell Jackson, with BCC Communications, pitches publications like the Daily Mail and leverages journalists all to make their client look good. So this lie obviously tracks. Wow. So they think Candace's PR firm is responsible for this. That doesn't even make sense. Why would Candace need that? Candace didn't need anything to make a whole series about Erica. She was just like, I don't like it. Something's going on. Something's happening, guys. I'm doing a series. That's it. That's all she needed. She didn't need Erica to say anything or do anything. She was just like, you're getting 8 episodes. You're getting 8 episodes hyper focused on you. That's it. Why on earth would she need the PR team, her PR team, to reach out to the Daily Mail to make an article that has Erica calling her a soulless ghoul so she could go on her podcast and talk about it for not even 20 minutes? What good does that do? I don't know. It makes Erica look bad, but you got to understand, though. You got to understand, guys. No one needs to make Turning Point look bad. They just consistently make themselves look bad. Every day. I mean, within less than 24 hours of this person suggesting this person whose name happens to be Erica as well, which is kind of weird, happens to be named Erica. With less than 24 hours, Blake came out and called her what he called her. They don't need help looking bad. They need no help. Nothing. In fact, if there was no one investigating, they would still be doing dumb stuff like this. They don't need Candace or Barron or anybody. If no one was covering this and everybody was like, wow, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, how about this? They would just come out and be like, just so everyone knows, we had nothing to do with anything. And anyone suggesting that is sick. Absolutely sick. And we'd be like, whoa, you okay? You all right? I think he's grieving. You okay, man? We're good. We're good. I mean, rest in peace. I mean, we're all moving on. We're moving on for midterms, right? Midterms. Blake would just be like, Candace is a cone. Be like, whoa, hey, man. Candace isn't even talking about you guys. What's going on with you? You guys are losers, just so you know. You guys are losers if you think that we did something. Tyler would be like, my church has nothing to do with it. My church had nothing to do with it. Whoa, what's going on with the Turning Point guys? Are they okay? Are they all right? Why are they doing this? You guys good? No one's covering anything. Barron's just covering regular events. This is Iran war stuff. I'm just doing something like this, but about something else. No one's doing anything. They would still be saying dumb stuff like this. They would still be doing it over and over and over again until the point where people would be like, are you guys good? Cash Patel would come out of nowhere, cross-eyed, covered in honey, and just be like, I didn't request for the crime scene to be paved over. I did not request it. Anyone who suggests this is wrong. Governor Cox, I second that. I didn't ask anybody to do that. Guys, we didn't even know. We didn't even know. Diligent Denison's not in Utah. Gary's just doing whatever the hell Gary claims he was doing before he was, just slopping it out the way he is. Graham's just working at the Pentagon, just like writing stupid reports. They'd still be doing this. Guys, look what happened. Erica was at a dinner. She's sad now. You heartless people have done this to her. Oh, buddy. We didn't have anything. What are you talking about? What happened at the White House correspondent dinner was real, and all of you suggesting otherwise are disgusting. Whoa, man. Buddy, take it down a notch. You okay? I'm just saying you guys are sick. That's all I'm saying. They just be doing that day after day. Mitchell Jackson is the man's name. He says Erica Kirk's people planted this Daily Mail story, not Candace Owens or me. Yet the article makes Erica sound so crazy they think I pitched it. It makes her seem nuts. Whoever did this. And then this Brita lady says they're just asking questions, Mitchell. The media lies. Something feels off. It's a gut thing. It's a gut thing. Okay. That's cute. That's so cute, man. It's so cute when the people who are like, never believe any conspiracies, all of a sudden are just like, I just got a gut feeling and I got to ask some questions here. Oh, okay. Welcome. You don't get a tinfoil hat until your probation's done, okay? And you have to tell us what you think about steel beams. You have to tell us about steel beams and buildings falling at free fall speed. You have to explain that to us before you get your tinfoil hat. It takes a little bit of time. Then there is the tweet that Andrew put out, right? And I have to show it to you guys just because there's a lot of response to this guy's tweet. Now, he says we never received any comments, et cetera, et cetera. I know Candace read all this. I don't want to get into it too much. Strange, given that every other outlet on the planet seems to know how to reach us, including the Daily Mail. But like Candace said, they have a good relationship with the Daily Mail. It's very weird. They have a great relationship with the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail, they reached out to the Daily Mail to give the Daily Mail the video that they wouldn't show anybody because we're all crazy people. That's how good their relationship is. That they let someone from the Daily Mail see the video that all of us wanted to see. And then that guy from the Daily Mail went on X and reported to us that it's real. That's how good their relationship is. No one else has seen that video. Just some dude from the Daily Mail. It's crazy. Anyway. Man. So, anybody who actually knows Erica knows she does not talk like this, which calls into question who this so-called anonymous source actually is. Candace already touched on this, but of course Candace talks like that. I don't swear. I swear in my everyday life. You guys know that. I don't swear on here because I think of people with their kids and, sometimes I'm on a TV and, That's why I don't do it. I try to play clips that don't have swearing in it. That's why I do it. In my regular life, I'll probably let it go sometimes. Like, why not? What are we talking about here? Everybody talks a certain way. And to think that Erica doesn't, you know? To think that she never swore, to think Charlie never swore. I remember they said that the text message that Candace showed recently was fake. It was fake because Charlie swore. And it's like, what are you trying to put across? You know? Someone said, "Thank you for not swearing." No problem. No problem. Yeah. I used to. Now I don't. That's it. You know, just grow as a broadcaster. You know, as a podcaster. I don't need to. I don't need to. I get by without swearing. You know, I do just fine. But believe you me, I'm just saying, if I started to swear on here, I do it really well. I'm just saying. I'm just saying it might bring up the funny like 30%. It just might. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not going to, but gosh, am I good at it? I got to tell you guys. I'm real good at it. Oh, I'm real good. I grew up watching Steve Harvey and Bernie Mac and all sorts of Southern comedians. Good gosh, do I know how to throw around some swear words? I do it well. Anyway, uh, I personally never even heard Erica swear at someone. For starters, Erica has remained remarkably restrained, though she has ample reason not to be. Okay, ample reason not to be. Who are you? It's so weird. It's like there's multiple people writing his tweets. Like was that Jeremy Boring? Like Andrew Wilson took a break for a second, and Jeremy Boring stepped in for a minute. The story was so bad that the Daily Mail had to make major updates to it once confronted with the facts, including retracting their claim that the source was a member of the Kirk family. That's an especially egregious correction to have to make for a tabloid. Unfortunate to see the Daily Mail doing the bidding of Candace Owens. Doing the bidding of This is so weird. So weird to suggest that this is the bidding of Candace Owens. So weird. And I know I'm biased because I like Candace way more than I like Andrew Colvette, obviously. But I mean, come on. You got to think about this. You think this media outlet is doing good things for Candace? Candace says the media hates her. They really do. They do. I've said it before. They treat her like the president. The way that they would treat the president while he was running is exactly how they treat Candace. It's the exact same thing. Who, of course, used to be used as rage bait on her show because she has no actual evidence to discuss, blah, 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 blah. Maybe she's the anonymous source. Okay. Now, what he's talking about, that was in response to Mitchell. Now, what he's talking about in regards to the correction, it said that bridge is burned. It's more than burned. It's blown up. There's no reason for Erica to ever speak to Candace again, ever, the family member said. Now, there's been a correction, as you'll see right here. It says, same thing. The bridge is burned, more than burned. It's blown up. There's no reason for Erica to ever speak to Candace again, the family insider said. So it's like more of those semantics. Candace was talking about, or no, Barron was talking about this in regards to Erica not being with her kids. And then Andrew came out and said that's a lie. She had her family with her. And Barron was just talking about how he's playing semantics with the term family because he knows if he says family, people will think the kids, but the kids actually weren't there. You know, it's just like a little wordplay that he constantly does. And that's what's happening right here. It's obviously it's a family insider. Okay. Is it someone close enough to be family? Well, it seems like you just verified my guess of it being Tracy Martin. That was my guess the whole time. That's not a member. That's an insider. That's not an audit. That's an effort. It's like, shut up, man. Come on. Jeez. Okay. Well, there you go. Just wanted to make sure you saw that, right? Andrew made sure that he wanted everybody to know that happened. Candace then responds. She says, if this is true, I highly doubt it is, given its striking similarity to the piece that was being written and spearheaded by Erica's family friend, Tracy Martin, for Us Magazine. Then you should demand a response and a retraction from the Daily Mail, which, yeah, you should. Drop the whole article. not just correct one thing. See, this is a weird thing. This is also a weird thing that Andrew has done here, because he's saying, "Hey, check it out. They had to correct this. They had to say it wasn't a family member, it was a family insider." Well, then are you saying that the rest is true? Because if none of it was true, you would think the one thing you wouldn't be focusing on is, hey, why are you saying this is a family member? No, no, no. This is not a family member. This is a family insider. That I'll accept. Are you still saying that everything that was said in the article is true? Wouldn't you then point your sights to, hey, every single statement you've put out here is not true. None of this is true. You should retract this entire thing. Wouldn't that be the move? Anyway, don't let me get logic involved here. We're talking about turning point, right? Candace then continues to say, "I'm happy to post when we find out about the piece last minute, as is typical for hit pieces, because as usual, I have nothing to hide. Stand by." And then she tags the Daily Mail. Barron. Oh, I didn't even know Barron chimed in. "It sounds to me like their lousy PR thought the piece would land against you, and now they're trying to make it look like they had no idea about it. More failed PR moves." Barron is like getting to the point where he's like not even trying to be funny about it anymore. He's just like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with these kids with their nonsense, you know? He's completely just done with it. I love it. I love it. There's few things better than a pissed off Baron. I don't like to see his cortisol have to go up and everything, but it's just when he's pissed, it's solid. He does a solid job. I know he likes to be prepped and everything, but when he's pissed and on the fly, oh, he does great. He does great when he's pissed and on the fly. Yeah, Baron rides for Candace. Yeah, he doesn't play around, man. Doesn't play around. Anyway, let's keep going here. Oh, I could actually go to this response. Do I have this response? Let me see. Let me just make sure. Okay, so I'll go in proper order, right? So we have this one here where she says this. Then Mitchell jumps in with Andrew. Okay, so now we have Andrew Colvett. We don't even know who this Mitchell guy is. Looks like a bear. He's bald. He has a beard. Looks like Blake Neff with about 20 pounds on him. And he jumps in for Candace. They're both going at it right now. Andrew doesn't really know what's going on. Yeah, that's right, Phil. Andrew really thought that he was going to be going on Candace one-on-one. Didn't realize there'd be another person in play. Now this guy's coming with some hard facts, and Andrew doesn't quite know what to do. Usually he likes a bearded man on top, but right now he is suffering through this whole thing. That's right, Jim. It is going to be rough for him right now, and not rough in the way that it seems like he likes, just given his hairstyle and his overall demeanor. Seems a little bit soft, you understand? Anyway, let's get into it. Candace Owens coming off the top rope, hit Andrew hard. I don't know if he's going to be able to get up from this whole thing. Mitchell now steps in. Mitchell Jackson, we already know his stats. Former reporter. He has a PR background. It's going to be tough. This is PR versus PR right now. This is very tough. Andrew seems to be a horrible PR person. It's just terrible. He's failed time and time again. Meanwhile, Mitchell seems like he's very sturdy. He knows what he's doing. He's kind of fresh. Andrew's been going at it for about 12 rounds now. Mitchell's just jumping in. Tag team. This is his first round. He's looking fresh. He's looking good to go. So we'll see what happens from here. Nice. Oh my god. I'm laughing doing ESPN voice, and I can just hear the babies screaming and stuff. Like, oh, it's just like a different world out there. I'll tell you something. Oh man, we're having a good time in here, huh? I gotta go in there and help soon. I love you, honey. I hope you're doing okay. Nice try, Andrew. The Daily Mail reached out to us for comments, and we commented on record in writing. Nobody is planting stories about your clients. It's not my fault the public finds it tacky that you sold merch around the funeral. Oh, goodness. Mitchell just comes right out of the gate. He brought up the funeral. Funeral wasn't even something either side was talking about. Mitchell just pulled that out of his right pocket. I don't even know if that's a legal move. Actually, Phil, that is a legal move. It is a 100% legal, and it hit Andrew pretty hard. I don't know if he's going to be able to respond to this. Uh, let's keep going. Does he answer to this? Yes, he answers directly to this. Andrew Colvett. Andrew Colvett, looking soft, looking tired, comes out of the gate. He says, Mitchell, no one cares if you responded to a request for comment. That proves nothing. We did not receive one, which is odd given the Daily Mail knows how to get a hold of us because they have such a good relationship. If everything was on the up and up, why was the Daily Mail forced to immediately retract their anonymous source was a Kirk family member? Because the entire thing is BS. That's not what it proves, man. You could go after them for the BS. Like Candace was saying, you could go after them for the BS, but you're not. You're going after them because it's a family insider and not a family friend. Or sorry, not a family member. It's a family insider, which is literally just a family friend. Because what the hell is a family insider? You know what I mean? It's not even a thing. The entire thing is BS, and we both know it. One plausible explanation remains that it was planted as fodder for your client's show so she could play victim and rage against an imaginary caricature of Erica, which is exactly what she did. She did all of that, the payments that would have to go out, the money, the secrecy. She did all of that so she could make a video where she discussed Erica for 15 minutes, maybe 12 minutes. Why? Why? That's too much. Again, Candace doesn't need anything to just go after Erica. She could just be like, for us, especially, we're all a part of the audience. I'm a part of the audience. She could just be like, today I'm lighting Erica up for no reason. And we'd be like, whoa, whoa, oh my gosh. We'd all be pumped. We'd be like, okay, go ahead. Let's see. Let's see. You got kicked out. My wife got kicked out of the stream. Oh no. How'd you get kicked out, honey? What do you mean you got kicked out? Reset it. Reset it. My wife got kicked out. Did I do that? Can you imagine I did that? I'm just not telling her. Get her out of here. You got work to do. Get out of here. You got kids to look after. Get out of here. I didn't, honey. If you come back, just reset it. You can't. She can't even hear me. She can't even hear me. I should actually say this to her. Just making fun of my wife. You can't hear me, honey. Just reset the browser, or leave and then come back in. There's no reason you should be kicked out. That wouldn't make any sense. There you go. Anyway, they're after her. They're after us. Anyway, let's keep on going here. It's not the Daily Mail's fault that you are indeed the soulless ghoul. M, ladies and gentlemen, I always talk about M doing great work. Hopefully, well, you're at 3,000 followers now. Look at you, M. Go ahead. When I first talked about M, she was at 10 or something like that. Anyway, Candace does answer. She responds. She says, "Here you go, Andrew Colvett. Keep us updated on this. We received notice hours before this hit piece went out, seeking comment. If the Daily Mail is employing senior reporters who are tasked with making up stories out of whole cloth, complete with direct quotations from Erica's family and friends, then they should be made to issue a full retraction." That's what I think. An apology, and all reporters associated with the piece should lose their jobs. Again, I suspect that is not the case, and that they indeed spoke to somebody close to Erica, but I am happy to be proven wrong. Well, there you go. Andrew has no idea what to say back. We'll always look for an Andrew retort. Oh. No, the F he did not. No, the F he did not. Is he watching my show? Is he watching my show? Is he watching it? Because this MFer just said, "Riddle me this, Candace." Oh my gosh. He said, riddle me this, Owens. Huh, Owens, riddle me this, riddle me this. This guy let Viva take over his account. Viva's like, allow me. I have so, if I could just one time, Andrew. Oh, just allow me to just riddle me this, Candace. You and Coleman can't escape me for much longer. You and Coleman, Coleman hasn't answered my questions either. Perhaps you'll be able to answer a question or two. That is crazy. That is crazy. Riddle me this, Candace. We all know what you do when an article is coming out. You don't like, you publish the emails, attack the reporters, and throw a fit on social media. Why didn't you do that this time? Is it because you were in on the plan? Just asking questions. And tell Coleman to answer my questions, please. He hasn't answered any of my questions. And if you could please relay my questions to Coleman. I've tagged him in a few questions, and he said he was going to bed, but he must be awake now, and he hasn't answered any of my questions. Please, let Coleman know, please. Riddle me this. What? Who says that in real life? This is crazy. I only say it when I'm being an absurd, absolutely absurd character on a show. That's it. That's the only time I say it. Oh my gosh. Riddle me this, Candace. I have you now, and my question marks will be questions. You will answer them. Riddle me this. Why didn't you do that this time? Is it because you were in on the plan? I have you now. It's a question. I have you now. It's a question. You must answer. Whatever will you do? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Oh, I set the traps. Ooh. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Oh my gosh. But I mean, in all seriousness, to ask this question, like, oh, like, why didn't you flip out and attack the reporter? For what? And Andrew's not making any sense here, because what would Candace say? Is Candace going to say, how dare you guys put this out? Eric has never said anything like this. Eric has never even swore before. How could you guys put this out? I want a full retraction. She's just sitting back and being like, okay, did Erica call me a ghoul? Like, okay, did she call me a bee? Like, is she saying these things about me? She doesn't know. She has no idea. Why would she come out and be like, I'm defending Erica here? Andrew's not making any sense at all. Why didn't you flip out? Why didn't you flip out here and publish the emails and attack the reporter? It's because she gave comment. Someone said Andrew needs some sleep. I think so, Miss Chris Viz. I think he needs some sleep. Someone said Andrew's 100% watching you. Why? Because I'm like his type. I'm probably his type. Probably, right? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. You know, not to pat myself on the back or anything, but he would pat me on the back if he had the opportunity. If you know what I mean. I'm just saying. If I invited him to some fort in Tucson, he'd probably show up with bells on. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't. I got a wife. I'm married. Okay? I got a wife. I'm married. We got kids. No Benny Johnson. Okay? I'm just saying. I probably hit all the notes. I probably hit all the checks on his scorecard. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. Riddle me this, Candace. Oh my gosh. Does he watch? Because then he'd know how stupid this is, right? He'd be, unless he likes it, you know? He's like, look, Colin's talking about me. See? Haha, riddle me this. I knew I'd get him. I love trolling the trolls and just putting it in their face. Anyway. No, Candace would not do that. That doesn't make any sense, Andrew. Candace is not going to defend Erica based on things she can't possibly know. She wouldn't know if Erica is talking like this about her behind her back. Yeah, or just when she's not around. They're not around each other. No one has any idea how Erica talks when she's in private other than her family and her family friends. That's it. So no, Erica's not going to get defended by Candace. Such a did Candace reply directly to this? I have to see that. Hold on a second. Did she reply directly to this? Oh, there we go. I literally, you guys see this, right? Okay. I literally did an entire episode responding to this article, genius. Also, please stop the just asking questions cringe. Yeah, it's so stupid. Oh, I'm just asking questions. It's like, okay, then just ask them. You don't have to announce that you're just asking questions. Just put a question mark at the end of the thing, and that's it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to say, riddle me this. You don't have to say you're just asking questions. Just ask the questions. That's how it works, okay? This is coming from someone who's a part of the just asking questions crowd. You just ask them. You don't have to announce, okay? Dweebs, you know? Also, please stop the just asking questions cringe. You are cornered here if you are stating that the journalist is fictionalizing quotes from Erica's family friends, then you should get legal involved. This is an easy retraction to achieve. Quite literally, this reporter would lose his job. Are you working on that? And then she just links her show. And Blake's like, you don't have to click that link, Andrew. I'm watching it right here. I'm watching it here. You want to watch? You want to watch? She's really pretty for a black girl, right? She is, right? Yeah. I don't usually like those types, but, you know, cheekbones and stuff. That's Blake for sure. For sure. Man, let me see here. Did Andrew respond directly to that? No, of course not. Of course not. Because the only response would be, you know what? You're right. I do want that person to lose their job. That's the only response that he could have. Oh, wait. No, he responded to someone else. He responded to someone else. Anyway. No, someone else posted that. Okay, let's keep it moving. Candace has another thing to say here. You know? Let's keep going. This is exactly and this is him. Oh, Mitch, no one cares. Oh, this is Candace responding to when Andrew was like, Mitch, no one cares if you responded, blah, blah, blah. Candace comes out. Andrew thought he was only talking to one person here. Phil, this happens a lot. You respond to one person, then the other person comes out of nowhere. Jim, I don't know what's going to happen here. You understand? When this type of thing takes place, it's really hard. I mean, someone like Andrew has been known to be able to double fist, but this is going to be a tough one for him. He has his hands full here with Mitchell, who is like a heavier set Blake. And then he also has Candace Owens on his hands. I don't know if he's going to be able to handle this. This is the exact expression. They cry out in pain as they strike you. On my show yesterday, I noted that my best guess was Tracy Martin, Erica Kirk's best friend forever, was behind the article, a close family friend, a family insider, some might even say. The Daily Mail report clearly made a typo because early in the article they described their source as a family friend. Then by the end they switched and wrote family member. Wow, she's like solving it for Andrew. Yeah, geez. Now Andrew Colvett is claiming this is evidence that I planted the article because they fixed their typo. The Daily Mail literally hates me. Try to find a single article in the Mail that is favorable to me. To the contrary, they always do Erica's dirty work, painting her as a victim. It is clear that because of the backlash to this article, Andrew is now he is now like a psycho claiming that I planted the article so I could respond to it. That would be a crazy thing to say. That would be a nutty thing to do, you know? Candace would be the Joker. Viva's the Riddler. Candace would be the Joker. She'd be like, yeah, and you know what I did? Yeah, you know what I did? I made the article so I could respond to it. You know? Why so serious? Why so serious, Andrew? You know, just a crazy person. talking to herself through journalists as they make articles that she responds to. You'd have to be the craziest person ever. Note, the Daily Mail has not retracted the article. So, if it is untrue, as Andrew claims, and the direct quotes are fictionalized, then Turning Point USA has the clearest example of defamation I've ever seen. Go for it, Andrew. I'm publicly saying I will support you in this quest. What a jerk. She's a jerk. She's a jerk. I will support you in this quest, on this quest. What a jerk thing to say. You know Andrew doesn't want your support in any quest. How dare you? Never have. I will state again that I believe the source was Tracy Martin because it echoed the tone of quotes she gave to Us Magazine. I think it was Tracy Martin too. I didn't even know about the Us Magazine article. I didn't hear anything about it. It just seems like something Tracy Martin would do. She's been talking so much. Riddle me this, Candace. I can't believe it. I can't believe he said that in real life. Like, come on. Come on. You're just giving me gifts? Andrew's just handing out gifts to me? Why is he handing me gifts? That's so nice. Riddle me this, Candace. I'm going to be saying that all day today. Same way people go, Mama. I'm going to be walking around going, riddle me this, Candace. Riddle me this. Riddle me this. Riddle me this, Candace. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm going to be doing that all day just randomly. Anyway, randomly, this guy says there's more. This is Mitchell. Mitchell Jackson comes back. He's not even addressing anybody. This is a Hail Mary move. This is something people do when they know they have the upper hand. Sorry, I didn't mean Hail Mary. This is something you do when you have someone on the ropes here. This is going to be pretty crazy here. He says nothing more cringe than a publicist who wants to be famous or a podcaster he just hit him really hard there, Jim. That's going to really hit him right in his emotions, right in his feels. And honestly, Phil, I think that's what he wants. I think that's exactly what he's looking for. He's looking to hurt him in the feels. Everybody knows that Andrew wants to be famous. He even made his own YouTube channel and his own TikTok where he posts things that are absolutely lame. I'll second that, Jim. This is very, very sad to see happening right now. You know? Does Andrew respond to this? Let's see. Oh, gosh, he does. He fell right into the trap, Jim. He fell right into the trap. I knew this was going to happen. I absolutely knew this was going to happen. He didn't even tag him in this. Didn't even say his name. And somehow Andrew knew he was talking to him. Yes, Phil, that's what happens when someone hits you right in the feelings. That's always what happens when someone hits you right in the feelings. Now, let's go ahead and read what he has to say. You're nearly as good at projection as your star client. How did she find you? Did she dial 1-900 Mitchell Jackson? All right. Oh, there's an article that says it. Okay. Andrew, you got to lead with the article, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That sounded like the nerdiest thing I've ever heard in my life. Hold on. No. Don't worry. We'll salvage this for Andrew. You'll never starve in America if you're shameless. Candace Owens, publicist. Okay. I have to say, Jim, he looks a little zesty in this picture. I'm going to show the folks here at home. Folks here at home don't really know how zesty this guy looks. Looks really, really zesty right now. We had no idea that he looked this zesty. Maybe this is why he's so good at insulting people. You know, those people are quite good at throwing insults. I have noticed that. They are quite good at doing what is called reading someone down. I heard that the young ladies in the world, they say that now. Someone getting read down. That's how they say it nowadays. Uh, Definitely looks like a more masculine Blake. Let's keep on going here. Let's check out what else is happening here. Any other images? That is a more masculine Blake, 100%. Oh, good gosh. I don't know if Andrew's going to be able to handle this, you know? Let's see what the article said, though. Are you a canceled celeb in need of great PR? Dial 1-900 Mitchell Jackson. The former vice staffer. Vice? Ha! Former vice staffer built a boutique business catering to the internet's most notorious figures. You'll never starve in America if you're shameless, he tells, what is it, Vanity Fair? There he is, doing an article for Vanity Fair, no less. All right. The publicists on call for controversy. This is actually a very good idea, I have to say. I mean, just putting it out there, this is an excellent idea. You're catering to all the people who are like heels, you know, like when someone's a villain, they're like a heel. You're just catering to those people, and you don't care what they say. If they talk about whatever Candace talks about or whatever anybody talks about, you're just like, no problem, I'll represent you. That's not easy to find. People will leave you in a heartbeat. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that he did this early on on a recent morning in a suburb in Fort Lauderdale. The publicist Mitchell Jackson started his day as he normally would by taking his phone from the nightstand and scrolling through it. The subject line of an email grabbed his attention. Financial Times article: lawsuit from the Macrones. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, listen. If you're gonna get someone to represent you, right? You get someone who's zesty, right? You get someone zesty. This guy seems a little zesty. Hey, listen, I could be wrong, right? Could be a lumberjack on the side. I don't know. You know, he has a thick beard, right? I could be completely wrong. This gives me a little zesty vibe. It's fine. Andrew came out of the gate strong on that one. That was pretty good. He said 1-900 Mitchell Jackson. He took that straight from an article that he found, and he showed some very zesty pictures of said Mitchell Jackson. This is Candace's publicist. As Coach Colin said, if you want someone to represent you, you want them to be as zesty as possible. Those people who are zesty, they keep a tight ship. They keep a tidy ship. Let's move on here. Did Mitchell respond? Oh, he did. He said, you're owning me. You're owning me by tweeting a positive Vanity Fair profile of me. No wonder Eric Kirk's PR is so bad with this man in charge of the ship. This is a cat fight. This is a cat fight. Jim, this has turned into an all-out cat fight. Usually when Candace Owens is involved, it's fisticuffs. She's quite the brawler. But since Mitchell and Andrew have been going at it, it's turned into quite the cat fight. The nails are out right now. You know? Just fighting with each other. How Andrew looks tweeting cringily. Oh, holy fire, Luna. Represent. All right, let's keep going here. All right, so, and that's basically it. That's basically the back and forth that took place. Again, we are, of course, going to check, and then Candace ended it off. The cameraman, I call him the cameraman. I don't know how to say that name, Artifacts, and then you have that name. I'm calling you the cameraman, okay? The cameraman, former Turning Point cameraman, says, like, don't get me wrong, I have a past too. The difference is I'm not newly inherited CEO of the largest conservative, pro-America conservative company in the United States of America. And then shows this. Picture of Erica. I'm sure we've all seen it. She says, I get so gay off that tequila. Hey, listen. Hunter Biden was telling us all about this stuff. It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
I need to step back and we need to reassess these processes. Don't do that event. I don't even know what this is. Don't do it. No, I said, you all know what you need to be doing. Full steam ahead. You have and we are going to get through this, and we are going to make Charlie so damn proud.
There you go. Bruce Lee, ladies and gentlemen. Quote is, she gets so gay off that tequila. Listen, listen. I've not experienced that from tequila or any other drink. But hey, listen, happens. We've all seen stuff like that. Candace actually responded to that, right? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, she did. Said, "I can't believe they are running the Erica Never Swears simulation. Absolutely weird given her background. The Christian grift just needs to end." Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen, jumps right in there, and there you have it. There you have it. And then the last thing, of course, somebody says a little piece of advice: if you ever are in need of PR, don't hire Andrew Colvett. Candace, of course, agrees. She says, Andrew Colvett says, or I guess she's saying, you can 100% trust the Daily Mail when they tell you that they viewed our secret video from Aspen of Charlie Kirk appointing Erica to run Turning Point USA in the event of his untimely death. We provided the footage to them exclusively. Also, Andrew Colvett, the Daily Mail editors manufacture quotations out of whole cloth. They absolutely cannot be trusted and are liars who are working for Candace, whom they've incidentally never written a kind word about since she went up against the Zio Rangers. I mean, there you have it, guys. There you have it. That is the back and forth. I tell you, there's always an after show. If you don't have X, you're not going to see it, but I'll always bring it to you. I'll always make sure to bring you the after show. It's always nuts. It's always crazy. You know, I got to pull up that video from Valhalla VFT. Actually, what else do we have? Let me see here. Actually, hold on just a second. Hold on. Just 1 minute here. Hold on. But yeah, I can't wait to see what Candace has to say next. I cannot wait. I can't wait for the whole thing to be broken down. Let's check this out. You know, that whole thing with the armies merging, it's a really sad day that nobody's talking about. You're not seeing it on any major media outlets at all, which I find very weird, but also not very weird because, you know, why would they be talking about such a thing? Let me see if we can find anything on it. Are there any extra? I'm going to pull up a bunch of tabs here because nobody's talking about it. Some people, as I say this, don't even know what I'm talking about. But this is getting passed. I saw Valhalla, Jesse, Bays, and Mr. Let Go. They all did a live stream together. And I think it was Valhalla's, and he was talking about how it was passed. That was the title. Jesse's title was about how he is disgusted and ashamed, and a lot of people are pissed about this whole thing. So we're going to get into that a little bit. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to do a whole breakdown for you right now. I'm pulling up some tabs here. I want to pull up his video, just him talking about it before it actually got passed. And this is weird. This is really weird. I've never heard of a country doing this before. I've never heard of two countries doing this before. I'm shocked that it's not, well, I couldn't say I'm shocked that it's not Canada, but it just, if you're going to merge militaries with someone, you think it would be the people that you were like directly beside. And crazy enough, it's not. It's Philadelphia that this is happening with. And it's really weird to me. I don't understand. And a lot of people were saying that it's not true. I saw Gary saying it's not true. It's not a merger. He's saying all sorts of things like this. According to BB himself, it is a merger, actually. So, again, obviously, we don't expect Gary to be telling us the truth about anything, but it sucks. It really sucks. But we'll try and make fun of it along the way. I'll try. I'll see what I can do. You know, we can make treason fun. Listen, we do a lot of things on this show, guys. We can make treason seem fun. It's fine. It's completely fine. We can do it. I think I have what it takes. I've been doing this for a while. It's like 109 episodes now of this live stream show. I'll do my best. I'll do my best, guys. Let me just see. I just want to see if Candace responded at all. I can't tell you enough. I can't tell you enough how much I want to. Oh goodness, what is this? What is this? Is there volume to this? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not playing that. Whoever made that clip, who are you? What is this? Undebunked. I can't play that clip. Someone tagged me in some clip. It's Ben Shapiro. Get back to work, Matt Walsh. But he's like saying some wild things. I can't play that, man. I mean, I might later. We'll see. We're a little early in the podcast. Maybe. Oh, there's Uncle Jack. Just for anybody wondering, there's Uncle Jack. This is the picture I have. I mean, this guy. I found a different picture of Uncle Jack, but this is actually him with Lori Franzvi's relative. So this is the relation that I was talking about. But I mean, this guy just looks like a straight up mob boss. You know what I mean? He has the slick back hair with a little bit of gray, that John Gotti type stuff. You know what I mean? Just that's Uncle Jack, right? Leaning in. Wild, wild man. That's Uncle Jack. So eventually we'll get to talk about Uncle Jack. Somebody said we veterans are disgusted. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. No. So Uncle Jack is not a part of that church. Uncle Jack is Philadelphian. His name's Jack Solomon. He's Philadelphian. And what he is responsible for, once again, I'll say what he's responsible for. Yeah, like Paulie from The Sopranos, exactly. He's like somebody Paulie would go to and be like, listen, I need to whack this guy. And he'd be like, I don't know if we should be whacking this guy. You know, he's Carmine's nephew, and that would make things very bad for us, Paulie. So I don't really know if we should be doing that kind of thing. And he'd be like, he said something to my daughter, and I just want to whack the guy. That's all. He said one thing to my daughter. It was disrespectful, and I should have the ability to whack him, okay? You touch a made man's daughter, and it's like touching a made man, which should give me the right to whack him out. I hear what you're saying here, Paulie. I know you want to whack him out. And I understand what you're saying about your daughter. But this is business, okay? And if we do this, the Philadelphians are going to have a real problem with us, okay? I understand what you're saying, and I'm just going to go whack him out, okay? And listen, nobody even know it was me, okay? I'll make sure nobody knows it was me. I won't raise the flag or anything when I do this. If you don't raise the flag, that's pretty good, but they're still going to be mad, and they're going to want to know who did it. Yeah. I love mob stuff. I love it. I could do that for hours. I could sit here and do that for hours. You have no idea. We're just yanking and banking here, guys. Just yanking and banking. Thank you so much. Who showed me this pic? Shira? Shout out to Shira. Thank you so much. Or is it Shira? Shira. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supplying me with that picture. And that is Carla Solomon. There you go. And the picture it says it right at the bottom there. Carla Solomon. This is from 2015. I think he passed away soon after this picture was taken. So that's the man that established the interfaith alliance between Philadelphians and the Utah church folk. He's the one that established it. So it has deep ties directly connected to Erica Kirk's family. It's wild. So let's jump in here. Let's jump into Valhalla VFT. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I forgot. Right. And again, some people will be like, "Oh, why are you using Valhalla?" Blah blah blah. I think Valhalla does great breakdowns. Like I can't, undeniably, he does great breakdowns. He just does. He's become a great podcaster. I don't know. He's become very good at it. He almost has the ESPN voice. He's like, let me tell you exactly what's going on right now. So a bunch of people in the military are pissed, and let me tell you why. He's a good voice that way. Let's jump in here. Let's check it out. Shout out to Valhalla VFT. Whoa, 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 easy, easy. I don't even know if I could use that. So this is like a full live stream. This is 4 hours. Is this them? Yeah, this is all of them together. I'm not gonna play that one because it's really hard to like search through and find information. So instead, we're gonna play this video here that he did. This is just a solo video for him, just so we get the gist of it. Then we're gonna run through some tabs that I have here about the whole thing.
Well, Nate, even if it was under the Pentagon, well, we would be able to see how much money we're sending them, right? Well, let me turn your attention to this. For those of you who don't know, the Pentagon has failed 8 consecutive audits in a row. Yes, it has failed every single audit it has had since 2018. A sovereign nation or not, and no, I will remain a sovereign. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And today is the day where we find out if America will remain a sovereign nation or not. And no, I don't mean that sarcastically. I'm not being hyperbolic. We are literally going to find out that later today as the House is about to vote on officially the NDAA. And if you don't know what that is, it's the bill that's going to merge the American military and intelligence apparatuses with our greatest allies. Yes, the IDF. Because, wow, that's not the most treasonous thing that's ever happened in American politics. Literally. And again, this is probably the most important thing that's ever been voted on in American Congress, at least in recent modern history. Now, I'm sure YouTube is going to suppress this video because the media doesn't want anyone talking about this. They want it to just slide under the radar so the American people don't pay attention to it. But I wanted to put this video out ahead of time so as many people as possible are paying attention to this because they're supposed to start voting on this in just a few hours. And everyone should be watching this in America. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. We're going to talk about what all this means. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch for the summer. Okay, we're going to jump into it. Let's talk about it. And again, I am going to cover the results of this later. I have to go in town for a little bit right after this. But if the voting hasn't started yet when I get back, I'm going to live stream this. If it's already happened, I'll put out another video later today letting us know if our country is utterly fucked or not. And I have a bad feeling it probably will be. So let's actually talk about what this actually is.
Attempting to merge the U.S. military with the IDF to pass a law that makes it impossible to disentangle, a law that basically funnels military aid to the Israeli military from the United States without any vote. And so it's very stealthy, it's clever, it's completely evil, and there's been very little attention from it. Or else it would be, I can think of, that is selling out your country.
So about this is all of these congressmen are going to go on the record with this vote. And by voting on this, this will be treason. It will be sedition. And I hope they all know that. It's never going away. We're going to know who you are forever, and we're not going to forget. Now, I'll explain why this is happening, because as Tucker said there, it's very stealthy, it's very clever, and I'll explain multiple reasons for why they're doing this. But let's talk about what actually happened yesterday. Now, Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, of course, the only congressman who seem to give a shit about anything that actually is good for America, tried to block this from going through. And then we saw yesterday, as Thomas Massie says here, unfortunately, the rule passed just now, and no debate or vote was allowed on Section 219, integration of U.S. military technology and supply chains with our great ally. The NDAA will receive a recorded vote tomorrow with Section 219 in it. I will vote no. Well, at least he will, because every other fucking Republican is going to vote yes. As he then says, while Americans are focused on other things like how to make ends meet in the face of rapidly rising costs of living, tomorrow the House will vote to merge our military technology and supply chains with our greatest ally. Our founders would be appalled at what Congress is doing right now. And it turns out, yes, they would. Because it doesn't say anywhere in the Constitution that we're supposed to be merging our militaries with any other foreign country.
I just, I'm just a little confused. You guys didn't vote for this? You didn't? Are you sure? I mean, you might want to go back and check. You guys don't want this? This sounds like a great deal. Huh? Because the thing about it is, all the secret screwing that's been going on, that stops. And now it's directly in front of you. This sounds like a pretty rad deal. This sounds absolutely incredible, guys. I mean, you guys serious? You guys don't like this? Come on now. Here, let me read a little bit about this really quick. I just want to read a little bit about this because, I want to utilize the research. The research has, Rosie did a whole bunch of research on this. Whoa, this is a lot of crazy stuff. Okay, okay, let me get into this. And thank you, Valhalla, for saying our greatest ally. I do appreciate that. A lot of people don't know how to do it properly. Congress quietly embedded the greatest ally into the U.S. defense architecture in ways that go far beyond foreign aid packages, binding America's military infrastructure, intelligence sharing, and defense procurement to the greatest ally by statute. The legislation creates obligations that future administrations cannot unilaterally reverse without an act of Congress. Whoa. Whoa. I mean, I mean, I thought this was going to be the greatest president the world has ever seen. I thought he was going to be the greatest president in American history. That's that's what I thought. That's what was going through my mind. I was like, there's going to be no guy better than this. He's going to be the best. And now he's merging the military infrastructure. And you know what's so funny about this is that BB was like, and there's been talks about this for months. BB's like, we are going to bring the aid down to zero. I don't think we are at the point where we can hold our own, and we do not need all of this aid money. And it's because he was like, I'm just gonna combine the two. He's like, now your budget is my budget. That's crazy. How is he doing that? Yeah, someone just yelled, how? Yeah, how? How? Well, I'll tell you what. There's a guy who goes to, I think it's Senate, Congress, I think it's both, and he goes around to each one, and he says, are you America first, or are you Philadelphia first? And maybe there's one that'll go America first, and they just walk away. The rest of them go, I can't answer that question. I'm not answering that question. And they just walk away. That's it. That's what they do. They just walk away. They go, I'm not answering that question. I can't answer that question. So if you're asking how, that's how. I don't know what's done. I don't know what's paid. I don't know what happens behind closed doors. I have no idea. But something happens to the point where no one in the Senate, no one in Congress, no politician can stand up to this kind of thing. And if you do, you are a maniac for doing so, because for some reason it ends up being career suicide. For you to stand up and say what Thomas Massey just said, saying the founding fathers would be appalled. For you to say what Charlie Kirk said when he was sitting with Megyn Kelly and he said, I'm America, I represent this country. That is a no-no in American politics. Very weird. Very weird. You know? Crazy. So crazy. Okay. So a little bit more. This is not foreign aid. This is not a foreign aid story. It's a structural capture story. The Section 19 is buried more than 100 pages into a 1,600-page defense bill with no announcement, no ceremony, no treaty signing. What it does, it appoints a Pentagon executive agent responsible for synchronizing U.S. greatest ally military technology cooperation. Not just missile defense, but counter drone tech, AI, quantum technology, autonomous weapons, direct energy, cyber warfare, electronic weapons, biotechnology, data fusion, logistics, and other emerging technologies agreed upon by the two governments. The last category is an open-ended blank check with no congressional approval required for each new area added. Wow. Wow. The mechanism. The Philly origin technologies get identified in cooperation into for cooperation into U.S. weapons systems, moved into Pentagon procurement channels, and locked into manufacturing partnerships. Once a technology enters a formal program, quote, program of record, it becomes part of a long term budgeting, training, maintenance, contracting, and operational structure. American contractors profit. Philadelphia firms gain access to the world's largest military customer. Pentagon offices defend programs they created. The members of the Congress protect projects in their districts. The result becomes impossible to reverse even if political relationships change. This is how foreign policy commitments become permanent, not through one announcement, but through contracts, software systems, production lines, and bureaucratic offices who continued existence becomes someone else's livelihood. What's missing from Section 219, no human rights trigger, no automatic suspension mechanism following evidence of war crimes, no requirement that participating companies don't operate in occupied territories, no civilian harm review or AI or targeting technology enters U.S. Acquisition programs, no cost ceiling, no requirement that American companies get equal access to Philly procurement markets, no mechanism for the public to determine whether the partnership is reducing threats or perpetuating a cycle of military entanglement. The reporting requirements are largely classified and go only to the same congressional defense committees that are authorized that authorize the initiatives. This is publicity. This is publicity presented as transparency. This bill also extends the U.S. War Reserve stockpile in Philadelphia through to 2029. Wow. Expands the anti-tunnel program through to 2029. Extends counter-drone cooperation across all warfighting domains through to 2029. Hundreds of pages later, the same bill requires the Pentagon to calculate the cost of the U.S. military operations in Iran beginning February 2026. Congress counts the missiles after they're fired, but constructs the next layer of entanglement without any independent assessment of whether it makes America's future involvement in the region more or less likely. Whew. Wow. And then the bots pop up just as I'm reading that. That's very interesting. Wow. Wow. The bots pop up just as I'm reading that. Wow. And that is Rosie's opening statement. Shout out to Rosie. She's the one that wrote that. That is wild. That is wild. So that's what's going on. Man, that's something else. I don't know what that builds up to, right? I don't know what ends up happening with something like that. It doesn't seem good, and it doesn't seem like it can't be stopped easily. Probably dismantled by the next president somehow, as long as they have what they need, which would probably be like the House and everything like that. Exactly what this president got. They would need to do the same type of thing. They would need to win by that amount of margin. Whew, man. So anyway, that's kind of funny, right? Oh man. Basically, I read a lot of that, and I didn't have to read all of that. I could have just told you America's getting its back blown out. That's why I could have just saved the time. I don't know why I went through that whole thing. I could have just said America's getting their back blown out, and you would have understood. You would have been like, "Oh, they're getting their back. Oh, we're getting our back blown out." I didn't even realize. Getting our back blown out. Congress is spreading them right now. and you're getting your back blown out. The Congress and Senate are spreading their cheeks right now. You're getting your back blown out. It's okay. It's all right. It happens. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Something else, man. Someone says stuffed turkey. Yeah. Yeah, stuffed turkey. Crazy. So that is the story. That is the real story. Most coverage either claiming that Philadelphia will literally command the Pentagon to extreme, provably false, or that this is a routine coordination, dismissive, which is dismissive, I should say. The article itself names this trap when critics overclaim protesters disprove the extreme allegations and pretend no legitimate concerns remain. See, this is exactly what Gary was doing. Gary was actually found in his little grok fiasco. He was found trying to dismiss these claims. He was trying to say, what can I say against this? And it's like, if that's not some kind of shill, I don't know what is. What is a shill at that point if that's not a shill? Like, I don't know. Seems like it to me. Anyway, I'm going to show you something from Speaker of the House Mike Johnson here. You know, Hunter Biden said this guy is, but who knows? Who knows?
Well, everybody, this was obviously a consequential week for House Republicans, but it was a very consequential week for the American people. And we've delivered once again. Americans demand a few things that are common sense. They demand secure elections. They want a strong national defense capable of countering our adversaries. They want a Congress that plays by the same rules that they do. These are not big things to ask. House Republicans delivered on all those promises and those priorities this week and then some. By way of reminder, this is what we did this week. The House Republicans passed the Clean CR to keep the government funded responsibly, the Stop Insider Trading Act that bans lawmakers from trading and buying individual stocks and from abusing their office for financial gain, the NDAA to provide a much needed pay raise for our troops and to rebuild the arsenal of freedom.
That's interesting. I like that I read that whole thing and then I had him say that. That's not quite. I feel like it's not, it's not quite what it is. Let me hear how he framed it again. Hold on a second.
The NDAA to provide a much needed pay raise for our troops and to rebuild the arsenal of freedom.
Well, you can't be against that. Huh? What are you ingrates against pay hikes for the troops and freedom? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you guys are against? Let me tell you something, okay? If that's what you guys are against, you've come to the wrong place here. How dare you? It's always that type of talk, isn't it? Because someone's saying he's lying. It's like, it's that same thing I was talking about when Barron was talking about, picking apart, like Andrew playing like semantics, word semantics. It's like that could exist in that, but also everything I just read to you is also happening, right? So he's only giving you the parts that you can't possibly be against. But if Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, all of a sudden said everything that I read, you'd be like, holy geez, what is this? And then he was like, in pay hikes and freedom. You'd be like, oh, screw that, because one outweighs the other. So he's just going to go with the fluffier thing, right? And if you are against that NDAA, then you look terrible. That's all he's doing. It's semantics.
And the budget resolution that unlocks our third reconciliation bill, which of course is Republicans' best shot to get as much of the Save America Act into law as possible, in addition to funding our national defense and our farmers. Republicans support our troops, our farmers, and election security. We're the only team in Washington that does. Many of you doubted our success. Many of you standing around me in this gaggle right now said, let me read you a sample of the headlines. Quote, House Republicans face final week gauntlet. Another said, Johnson's rocky sprint to recess. Another said it was Johnson's make or break week. Despite nearly every Democrat voted against everything I just read you. House Republicans delivered. Now, many of you like to say that major legislating can't happen in an election year. We just proved you wrong. This week, we continue to deliver for the people, and we're going to continue that streak all the way through the end of this year and into the next Congress. We're increasingly confident that we will hold and grow this majority in the House.
Man. So he's not really touching on it, you know? He's not really, really touching on it. Not in the way that you want. That's for sure. Right? Let me even see. No, Speaker is framing this as a partisan Republican win. That framing itself is the story. The House, Speaker of the House is publicly celebrating, integrating the two militaries as a GOP accomplishment. No one's going to forget that. While nearly every Democrat opposed it. That's going to be something. That's going to lead to a lot of people feeling disillusioned. They're going to be like, who do I turn to? Because a lot of people are pissed about this. Going to be pissed about this. As they learn about it, because a lot of people don't even know what's going on, they're going to be pretty pissed. And they're going to know it was the whole GOP that did it. And then what? They're going to be like, oh. You're going to find people being like, I guess AOC is the better option. Oh, gosh. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be terrible. Bipartisan support for the Philadelphia policy has been historical. This is the norm. A near party line vote on this scale is a significant break. This is wild, man. Wild and sad. I don't know. Reminder, Bibi in a letter to a Rep Stutzman, last month boldly stated that Section 219 was his plan. Okay, I'm not showing this to you guys, but let me see here. Let me see. I'm glad to receive your proposed congressional resolution endorsing my plan to shift the framework for U.S. Philadelphia defense cooperation from aid to partnership. Wow, so that's how he got away with the aid. He just made it into a partnership. I mean, it's smart if you can do it. Try and do that with any other country, any other two countries. They'd be like, get the hell out of here. What the hell are you talking about? Like, oh, well, you just give me so much money, and I just don't want you to give me any more money, so I was just figuring I could just move in. You're always letting me sleep on the couch, so I figured I would just take one of the rooms, and maybe I'd just take your bed, and, any other person. Get out. You can't be here. No. It's his plan. Here, I'll show it to you, whatever. It's literally his plan. As I said in our meeting on May 27th, Philly deeply appreciates the financial component of the military aid the U.S. has generously provided us over the years. The time has now arrived for us to move from aid recipient to partner. Wow, when does this happen? I'm sure if you searched AI, they'd be like, "Oh, this has kind of happened before." I feel like I don't really know if this has. I am heartened by your enthusiastic support for our plan to develop a new memorandum of understanding with the United States Gov that will draw down U.S. military aid assistance over the next decade and replace it with what you refer to as a new framework of joint defense cooperation, co-development, co-production, and mutual investment in areas including advanced missile tests. So everything that I was saying before. Wow. Okay. All right. That sounds good. That's fantastic. Can you guess who that is?
Everybody call John Thune at the Senate. He's the leader of the Republican Party, and tell him to get this stuff approved.
Tell him to get this stuff approved. I want this approved so quickly, okay? This is getting a little ridiculous. I think we should have this done already. I'd have it done already if I was in charge. Oh, I am in charge, actually. Total betrayal. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, former Congresswoman. The House of Representatives passed NDAA 216 to 212. 7 Republicans voted no. 6 Democrats voted yes. This $1.1 trillion military budget contains Section 219 that ties our military intel and military industrial base to Philadelphia. Now it goes to Senate. That's what's happening right now. That was yesterday. She said that. Pretty crazy. Here, check it out here. We got James Lee giving us the goods here. He says, Democrats that voted no: Don Davis, Jared Golden, Adam Gray, Vincent Gonzalez, Marie Perez. Republicans who voted for this, every single one except for Thomas Massey. Wow, that's something. That is something. Jeez. Shout out to Thomas Massey. Man. Doing great things. Whew. Well, that's where that ends. I guess you don't even need the Valhalla video that much. I mean, that's what it is. I should actually, if you go to their live stream that they did, the 4 of them, they just seem upset. Valhalla especially, he was just like, I can't believe this. He's like, this is crazy. Yeah, someone said Massey 2028. Yeah, that's what it seems like it'll lead to. You know, that's what it seems what it'll lead to. People will think much higher of him, you know, as time goes on. Anyway, I just want to see his explanation here, just a little bit.
Reason they're trying to give you, which they're actually not even trying to give any reasons at all. They're just trying to slide this through stealthily so the American people won't notice that it even happened, and again, won't even allow votes on dissent for it. So that's how you know, yeah, it's probably pretty treasonous. And really what they want to do here by this integration between both the intelligence apparatuses and the military. So what they really want to do here, this is all about funding, right? So you've seen Uncle BB out there talking about how he wants to completely decouple U.S. aid from our greatest ally, right? No more funding. Israel's going to stand on its own. Well, at the same time, they're doing this because what this will do is it'll make it so Congress doesn't have to budget and show the American people how much money we are sending them every year. What they'll do is just conveniently slide this into the Pentagon's budget. And why is that so great? Oh, because then the American people will never know again how much money is actually being to them. And I'll show you why. Because you might be thinking, well, Nate, even if it was under the Pentagon, well, we would be able to see how much money we're sending them, right? Well, let me turn your attention to this. For those of you who don't know, the Pentagon has failed 8 consecutive audits in a row. Yeah.
That's crazy. Here's Boebert talking about it a little bit. Boebert said she wasn't even allowed to vote or something like that. Those staffers sound more like handlers. TMZ is doing a better journalism than the mainstream media and influencers on X. Here, check this out.
19. So I got a whole bunch of men trying to muscle me into voting for the NDAA. Section
names. Who?
I don't know their freaking names. They're staffers. All right, listen to my story. If you want my story, I'm gonna give it to you. All right. So all these staffers are in there trying to get me to vote for the NDAA. I want to vote for the NDAA. Section 219 is still in there. It's a big tech swap between us and Israel. Do that with anyone. I understand in the past, we've given them money for the Iron Dome, and then they get to keep the tech and we don't get any of it back. So I understand that, but it's a big issue on the left and the right. And many of my constituents have reached out. They don't want this provision in the bill. Well, the White House doesn't want it in the bill. Secretary Hegseth doesn't want it in the bill. So I'm in the back waiting for a call from the secretary. I'm told that call is coming. I'm talking to someone underneath him, and I'm told the vote's going to stay open. They closed the vote. And so now I'm forced to talk to TMZ. While I do have an issue that we talked about off record, I don't want to be on camera this week, and I've been on camera more than any other week. I am talking out of the side of my mouth like a damn politician because my Botox hasn't caught up on this side. maybe in 2 days, this side will catch up to the other side. But here we are.
Wow. Wow. Weird. AOC. Even AOC is like, tomorrow the House will vote, which includes provisions to merge parts of the militaries. The amendment is existential threat to the sovereignty of the nation and democracy. Every member of Congress must vote no. And they didn't listen to her at all. Surprise, surprise. I mean, I'm liking the first AOC tweet ever. That's crazy. That is crazy that that's happening. Anyways, have fun with that. It's going to be a good time, I'm sure. I'm sure it's going to be a good time. See, these are the times where I'm like, you got to respect the friend that's passed away, but I'm like, oh man, Candace would be able to really talk about this really well, and I hope she does. I feel like she'd do a better job than most of us breaking this down and getting this out to the people, but I don't know if she's gonna. She already has her show planned, unless this does come up at some point in there. I hope it does. Because a voice like hers is really needed on something like this. I can only do so much here. This is so we'll see. We'll see if she comments on it at all. Hopefully she does. That's what I'm hoping. Jeez, it's something else. Let's see if she responded at all. She has not responded. She is saving up the Blake smoke for Blake when she gets to the show. She is saving that up. Nothing for Blake right now at all. Anyways, guys, what do we have? 3.5 hours? Let's check this out. I've been, let me see here. What else do we have? Oh, what else did I somebody says, what did he say? You wish Baron, Diligent, Candace, me, Lionel, the whole Gomax crew would do a live performance. I don't know. I think I'm going to go to TrutherCon. There's something called TrutherCon. I think I'm going to go to it. My people have been talking with their people. I might end up being like the official podcast of TrutherCon. I think we're still talking about it. I don't know. Anytime I'm confronted with something like that, I'm like, oh, this is very scary. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it. But they've been in contact. They wanted me there as a special guest to be on panels and stuff and do meet and greets for VIP people and stuff. And then my wife was like, hey, like make him the podcast and do that and have him like let him go around and live stream the event and stuff. And they were like, yeah, we would do that. So they might like set up a booth for me so I can actually do interviews with everyone that's there. That would be weird. That would be very weird. But I'm interested. I don't know when it is. I think it's in November or something. But we're still talking stuff out. But I would I would do that. We'll see. Let me even see. What is TrutherCon? You guys ever heard of TrutherCon? I don't even know if have you guys heard of it? What is TrutherCon? Who's gonna be there? There's just gonna be me. Sam Tripley is headlining. Okay, he's headlining. Apparently, 10 speakers, 500 something. So it'd be pretty cool. Oh, I don't even know these. I know some of these people. I definitely know Sam Tripley. Ali Musa. I've never heard of Ali Musa. Who's this? Who's JVT? I've never heard of JVT. Tito Frances. Who's this? Gary Wayne. Oh, so many people tell me I need to talk to this Gary Wayne person. Jeremy Skippa. Skippa? I've seen that name before. Many people have told me I need to talk to that person. What is this? Borgie? Nephilim Death Squad. What? Are they a band? I don't know. Who's that? J Dreams? Steven? I don't know. DJ Curious? Lucas Cameron. Founded Earth Brothers. Jay Grant. Big Nick. Okay. All right. We'll see. We will see. I'm definitely up for it. I'd love to do comedy there. I'd like to do some stand-up. Sam Tripoli's going to be there. But then I would get to interview all those people, including Sam Tripoli, which would probably be the longest one, honestly, because I've wanted to talk to Sam Tripoli for a long time. Anyways, guys, let's switch over here. Can't do an ad for them until I know I'm actually working with them, you know. We got Blake right here. What is Blake actually responding to? Nothing, actually. He's making sure not to respond to anything. He's just having a simple conversation about absolutely nothing. This is the upside to having lawmakers under the age of 50. He's not talking about that NDAA. He's not talking about it. Andrew's not talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. You know? Makes me scared. Should I have talked about it or should I not have talked about it? should I have not talked about that? It seems like nobody is. Does just nobody know? Is that what this is? Is that what's happening? Just no one knows? Is that what it is? It seems like some people know. Ian has Ian done an episode on it? I know I just said maybe I shouldn't have talked about it, but if Ian did an episode on it, good gosh, I'm going to play Ian's episode on it, of course. I don't know if Ian has, though. We'll see. We'll see in a second. I feel like I would have heard about that, you know? Look at this. All right, let's go here. Let me see here. Ian Carroll. Let me see. Because if anybody's going to talk about this, it has to be Ian. Ian would be the first person to talk about it. Let me see here. They knew it. Jay-Z attended. Okay. No, he hasn't brought it up yet. Now I'm really scared. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about this. Not even Ian has talked about it. Oh, man. Someone said, don't do it. It's a setup. I don't know. Setup for what? I don't know. I would, if I went to that thing, I would have a camera person with me, and I'd have security with me, more than likely. Ian's probably going to be doing something on this. I would be shocked if Ian didn't do a full episode on this. Anyway, let's get into this. Let's get into this right here. I keep on forgetting to show you guys this. I keep on forgetting, and I'm not going to forget this time. I want you guys to see this, and I just keep on forgetting. Okay? Let's check this out.
What advice, I know I've asked this, but I want to take another swing at it, give you another opportunity. What advice do you have someone watching this who's newly married or who is about to be?
Do you think that when you are very old and your wife is very old and ugly and wrinkled and fat and not very bright or even nasty, that you will still find her beautiful? If so, marry her. The last view I had of my wife in the nursing home, about an hour after she died, I fell in love with her again. Here is a wasted, emaciated, wrinkled, suffering body. It's as beautiful as a crucifix. Because that body ain't going to last, but the soul is. So if you don't love her soul, but just love her body, don't get married.
Wow. Wow. So weird. So weird to think about. I always shudder thinking about that, where marriage, where it gets to when you're old. But yeah, I guess you would love, because I explained this to somebody, one of my friends. He's engaged now. He wasn't engaged before, and he was single, running around. And he was asking me, he's like, what about when my wife gets pregnant? He's like, sometimes it really messes up their bodies. And I was like, yeah, but you kind of you love what happens to their bodies because you know why it happened. You know that it was because you got a kid, you know? So like you don't get upset about it like a single person would. You actually are just like, yeah, that's what happens. You're like, yeah, we have kids, that's what happens, and it changes. And I guess this guy is even in the, the different stage of when they pass away and they're in that type of vessel, you know? They're super old, just like him. He's super old. But I guess that's what you do because, like, that is what happens. You fall in love again with your wife. You don't care, or your husband, whatever. Certain things set up in a man's body too, like prolactin increases. Like body fat holds on to get ready for sleepless nights and stuff. There's things that happen to men as well. Easier for us to fight against it because we don't have a person growing inside of us, so we can just work out and stuff. But eventually you get real old. You ever look at an old person and you're like, oh, how do they love each other? Well, it's like they fall in love again because they're like, the reason I'm looking at this old, frail person is because we've been together for like 50 years. I think that's what my wife's parents celebrated. I think he said I think father-in-law said 45 years they've been married, you know? So you're not a single person. You're not a single 20-year-old. So you're not like, ugh, what's this? You're like, no, this is a person I've been with forever. Absolutely forever. And the fact that he says it's as beautiful as the crucifix, he's like linking it to Christ. It's like as beautiful as that, because it's the soul. So I guess you get from a place where you don't care about the body. You don't care if they put on a few extra pounds, and then you get to a place where you don't care that they're frail. You just kind of care about them. I don't know why I wanted to show this, but I meant to show this like all week. Someone said I'm married 44 years. That's crazy. That's wild. I don't know why I wanted to show this, but I meant to show this all week. I kept on forgetting, and I was like, man, like I need to show this. It's weird. But it's a really good lesson. Really good lesson to learn. This guy starts crying about it. But
Wait.
But yeah, if you're just in love with the body, don't get married. You know. You have to fall in love with something else, or at least be comfortable that your love for what you are entranced in with your partner is going to change. Like different things are going to come up. You're going to feel different ways, and it just happens. It should happen at least, as long as you're not some jerk. Some guys are jerks. They're like, "Hey, your body, what the hell?" And it's like, yeah, but you got kids now. You got a family now. You're a father, and that's what they went through to make you into a father, Like, you don't get to be a father any other way. You can adopt and stuff, but you know what I mean. You don't get to be a father any other way. So they make that sacrifice for you so you can be a father. So it's like it's a beyond fair trade-off, Anyway, man, can't wait for Candace to go live. But yeah, I just wanted to show that. I don't know. I have no idea why. The difference between love and lust. Yeah, exactly. Big difference between love and lust. Big difference. Yeah. And again, if you're lucky, it just naturally happens. You're just naturally like, oh, I don't care what you look like. That's what I am. I could care less. And you just never know how that's going to happen. You just never know how it's going to happen. But it just naturally happens. Kind of like being a dad or being a parent. You never know how it's going to take place, but it just takes place. You know what I notice right now? Like James Lee is talking about this whole thing, this NDDA or NNA or whatever. James Lee's talking about it. There's a bunch of people talking about it, but all of the conservative people are using Candace as a distraction. They're using Candace as a means of not talking about it. I noticed that. They're like, ooh, what did Candace say about it? They're using that. I'm seeing that right now. Wow. What's Andrew saying here? Wow. I wonder what Charlie would be saying right now. You think Charlie would be like a shill and he'd be like, this is actually great. The merging is great. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. And I think that's a new thing. This might be something that Candace gets into. Candace might get to a place where she realizes what's going on with this whole NDA, whatever. That whole thing, it's happening. It's happening now, but they knew this was going to happen before. And perhaps, and I don't know, but perhaps Charlie wasn't on board. And if he wasn't on board with this, and he had the conservative movement in his hand, which he did, from young people to like big influencers, he had them all in his hand, right? He had the power. If he wasn't on board, that would also be a reason for him not to be around. I wonder if Candace is going to come to that conclusion at some point. I wonder. Because that just occurred to me, because it's like, where would Charlie be on this right now? Where would he be on this whole thing? I don't think he'd be for it. I think he'd be against it. I really do. I think he'd have an issue with it. I think he'd have a big issue with it. And I think he would do what he has been known to do when it came to making sure that the president understood what the base is going to support and what they're not going to support. And what he would do, and he talked about this, and people who he's done this with have talked about this. What he would do is he'd meet with the president. He'd say, listen, the base isn't going to like this. Then he would go to the conservative people, Matt Gaetz, Tucker Carlson, all of the conservative people that he could pull strings with, and he would say, you have to voice your concern on X. So the president sees it, so he understands that the base is not going with this. That's what he would do. And I think that's what he'd be doing right now with this whole merger thing. I think there's so many things he wouldn't be on board with. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what Andrew's saying. Republicans, do you agree non-citizens shouldn't be able to vote? Democrats, sure. Republicans, great. So help us pass the Save America Act that requires ID for voting. Democrats, it's already law. Republicans, there's no law requiring proof. It's an honor system. Democrats, non-citizens don't vote. So this is all Andrew's talking about. I mean, as somebody who's a part of Turning Point, you think you'd be talking about it, at least in a supportive way. But again, it's like they don't even want you to know that it exists. I think there's a lot of conservatives that don't even know this is happening. This is crazy. It's nuts. It's really nuts. My goodness. Well, we'll see what happens, guys. I don't know what this is going to bring about, but I mean, I don't know. You can only push so far. How far are you going to push? They cheered? Oh my gosh. Did they cheer? They cheered? No, they didn't. Did they actually? They cheered. Oh no. That's terrible.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Whoa.
Pursuant.
They cheered. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Interesting. Really interesting. That's something else. Okay. Whew. Wow. Someone said, what would Joe Rogan say about this? Joe Rogan's going to not agree with it. Joe Rogan's going to go, oh, this is terrible. He might have to get it coaxed out of him. Like, is that real? I don't know. I've heard like BS on this. Is this real? He might have that little bit for a little while. Is this real? Is this actual? Does this actually happen? I don't know. I've been hearing he might go with that for a minute. If he's in front of like Theo Vaughn or Tim Dillon or something like that, they'll be like, yeah, it's real. Or he might just outright be like, did you hear about this? This seems crazy. It's going to be one of the two. But he's going to be against it either way. Either way, he's going to be against it. For sure. I'm a solid Joe Rogan whisperer. I know exactly how Joe's going to feel. He's going to say, this is not good. There's no way he's going to be like, this is great. This is great. I was talking to JD Vance yesterday. I was on the phone with him, and he said this is going to be fantastic. There's no way he's going to do that. If he does that, that's it. I'll eat this picture. I'll eat this picture if he does that. I will put on a bib and I will rip that picture apart and I will eat it bit by bit. There's no way he's going to say that. There's no way. There's no way he's going to be like, this is the best thing ever. See, like, look, Cam Higby's talking. But what's he talking about? He's talking about Rob O'Neill. Rob O'Neill saw a shirt move. It's like, but you're like one of the conservative guys. Like, shouldn't you be talking about the thing? You know? This is crazy. Nobody's talking about it. Mel's not talking about it. Candace is not talking about it. Stu Peters was talking about it. Project Constitution's not talking about it. All the people in the algorithm aren't talking about it. Loomer's not talking about it. Nick? I haven't seen Nick talk about it, but he has to talk about it. None of these people are talking about it. Man, that's something else. All right. Let's jump into these supers, into these and I know what you guys think about it. Am I going to use dipping sauce? Listen, I'm that confident. I'm so confident that I'm not planning on bringing dipping sauce. Okay? That's how confident I am in what I'm saying right now. I'm not even going to bring dipping sauce because there's no way Joe's going to say that he's all for it. There's no way. There's no way. It's impossible. It's impossible. I'm getting scared, though, as I'm saying it. I'm like, I'm a little too confident. That's a lot of picture to eat. That's a big picture, you know, for scale. That's like, you know, that's a very big picture to have to eat. I will eat it, though. I'll eat it. Oh, my gosh. Anyway. And shout out to Valhalla, to Jesse, Mr. Letgo, Bays, for all of them. They all sat down and they were very honest about that whole thing. They talked about it. They dedicated 3-4 hours to it and just talking about that whole thing. Valhalla seems pretty pissed about it, to be honest. And I would imagine that a lot of people who serve the country are also pissed about it. I would be shocked if they weren't. So we'll see where it goes, though. I got hoodwinked to the next level. Yeah, that's a big hoodwink. That's everybody got hoodwinked. And then they cheered. It's not even like they were like, oh, well, I mean, you know, the thing about it is there's a really big bill, 1,600 pages, and there's a lot of things that we agree with, and there's things that we need, and there's a few things that are a little questionable. And, you know, we deal with that. It's not even like that. They were like, yay! Yay! Woo! They were all like, to the bank, 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 to the bank. They're like, hello? Hello? BB? We did it! We did it, BB! We did it! Is checks on the way? Are checks on the way? Oh, Lindsey Graham. Oh, Lindsey Graham would love to see this day. Are the checks on the way, sir? He said the checks are on the way, everybody. Woo! Oh, this is the best day ever. Yeah! They cheered. Oh my gosh. How in the face is that, you know? Just in your face. That's nuts, man. Oh gosh. You know, anyway, someone said coffees first. Of course, we did supers first last time. They threw Blake under the bus, so eyes would be off Erica calling Candace the B word. True. True. He's known for, making racist comments, so he's willing to fall on the sword to create a distraction, in my opinion. Follow me on Twitter. You should have linked your Twitter. I could have just clicked it and done it. That is very smart. You are 100% right, I think. I think you just hit the nail on the head. That is so true. Because again, like I said at the beginning of the episode, why on earth wouldn't they be like, Blake, you have to take that down? You cannot just say that and leave that up there. They wanted to turn it away because Candace has looked like the aggressor. Candace is just, Candace looks like the aggressor completely. And now, all of a sudden, it's actually Erica. It's actually Erica saying the insulting things, saying the terrible things. And she's saying it, she's not even saying it on a platform. She's saying it behind closed doors. So that needs to be taken away from right away. So they put Blake there and everybody focuses on Blake. Nobody's even talking about the story anymore. You're on point. You hit the nail on the head. Good job, man. Good job. Zamit, I see you just had a super chat there, Zamit. You got a shout out from Candace. Candace noticed Zamit. Candace was like, Zamit, you're always here. I saw that the other day, or just last night. I was like, oh yeah, no, I know Zamit. Happy 10 years. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, wild 10 years, 100 episodes. I'm because I've made like 3,000 episodes, so I wasn't exactly like over the moon about like doing 100 live streams, but 10 years, because 10 years ago when I started this channel, I was like, oh, I'll just have a channel, and I didn't even know what I would put there, and it took a while before I even started making vlog content, and I did it so I could learn how to edit. And I never thought it would turn into anything. I thought it would be a way for me to learn how to edit videos, and then I would just become a video editor, and that would be it. That's what I thought would happen. I never thought that it would turn into me like having a live show and doing all this stuff. So it's crazy. It's crazy that it turned into this. It's so weird. So weird the way everything plays out. Or it's not even weird. I've tried to move away from that term, especially when I'm talking about something that's clearly like God's doing. It's not weird. It's awesome. It's God's plan, that golden thread. I just wanted to learn how to just edit videos, and that's it. And I did. And I would have bouts of depression. I would have work. I would have all these things going on, and I just wouldn't post for months. And at one time, I remember I posted this thing. I love David Goggins. I love what David Goggins does. So David Goggins had this book called Can't Hurt Me, and I made some videos about it. And it's when you're supposed to show your hand. I think it was like your bad hand, the bad hand you were dealt in life, and you're supposed to talk about that openly. So I made a video talking about the bad hand that I was dealt. And I remember leaving it for like 6 months or just months or whatever, just an amount of time. I wasn't consistent back then or anything. I just made a few videos and just left it. And that's what I would often do. And I came back and I saw the video got like 1,300 views. And I was like, that is crazy. I was like, oh my gosh. And I remember thinking I missed my chance. That was my chance. That I would, if I had just stayed consistent from that point on, I could have had a following and I could have done this thing for real. And I was like, I just missed my chance. And I always said, if I ever get a chance again, I'm not gonna mess it up. If I ever get a chance again, if I ever get a video that has like 800 views or something like that, I'm never gonna mess up again. And I kept on, not posting. And then the next thing you know, I ended up doing some videos. I realized that reaction videos were actually a thing. And the next thing you know, I just started doing that. And I remember my wife called me up while I was doing Uber Eats. This was after film, doing stand-up, all this stuff. I was doing these reaction videos. I did like a Liver King reaction video, and Liver King just got caught doing steroids. My wife calls me up, all panicked. She's like, "Honey," I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Your video got 800 views," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, wow!" And from then on out, I was like, you know what? I know what happens if you exercise every day, you'll get really fit. If you smoke every day, you'll get addicted. And I was like, I just want to see what happens if I do this every day for a year and just see what happens. And it turned into this. So it's crazy. It's crazy. Absolutely wild. So I can't believe it. 10 years of ups and downs and not knowing what to do, and now we're here. So really cool. Really, really cool. Oh, man. So let's keep going. Happy 10 years. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Tim, hey, coach, been thinking about how odd the date keeps coming up in relevance. Such a random date for many tragedies to have occurred. There was another one in 1857 in Utah, the MM. Really? I did not know that. Someone became a monthly supporter. So many people become monthly supporters by accident. You got to watch that. If you didn't want to be a monthly supporter, you gotta watch out for that. Joey Rodriguez has a going, coach. Maybe I have my Bucky's new era tinfoil fitted cap on too tight. But am I to believe that Candace's own PR team put out a story about how Erica possibly hates her more than Tyler Robinson to make Candace look good, instead of believing that Blakey, who resigned from Tucker Carlson's show for posting racist, sexist remarks, has now added an O to to conspiracy theorists. Was a typo accident? Yeah. I'm going to pass. Side note, Officer Tatum, mama, everybody mad at Blake for calling Candace a cute little forest animal. He just talking about raccoon. That's all Blake was saying, mama. He's saying raccoon. That's all. Raccoon. I don't get it, mama. You better not say it, baby. But I think he typed it. I just think he typed it wrong, mama. Mark 9:23. Christ is king. God bless you and the family. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. T3B. I stumbled on a book called A Mormon's Guide to Judaism. Oh, that's interesting. They try to show the parallels between the two and ways to relate, communicate. I have felt they consider themselves a part of the tribe. Yes, they do. They do. Yes. That's what Uncle Jack was trying to show them, that they have heritage. They have shared heritage. Hitch their wagon and the ties and the money. All this coming up has not surprised me. Yeah. That's what Uncle Jack's mission was in that interfaith thing. He was trying to show them that they had similar heritage in the House of Philadelphia. That was the exact term that was used. Do you trust this savings fund that Trump is promoting for all children? Sounds amazing, but also nothing is really free. What is the catch? Is there a catch? Are you signing your kids up? I'm a bit nervous too. Are they going to use my kids' information? Of course they are. No matter what you do, they're going to get your kids' information. But then again, don't they already have all their kids' information? Yes, exactly. The whole fund, I haven't heard of this fund before. If you have to put money into it, I wouldn't trust it. No. He could rug pull it. He made a cryptocurrency, and he rug pulled it, and they made millions of dollars. And he did that no problem. And it was all supporters that bought it. I wouldn't trust that. There's other funds that you can get into. You can go see a bank and say, hey, I want to learn about mutual funds or this or that. Like, there's all sorts of stuff that you can, it comes to investing. You don't have to just do the Trump investment fund. You don't have to do that. You can find other things to do that are way better. That's what I would say to do. Contact a bank or financial advisor. Be like, what can I do for my kids for their future? That'd be it. That'd be it. The reference to that kid in class, actually, this assignment was due, etc., triggered me. Haha, such a great reference. Those people were the worst, or they'd remind the teacher they were going to have a quiz. Thanks for the laughs every day. Yeah, those kids that were like, oh, the homework. The homework. Oh my gosh. The home. Hey, aren't we supposed to get homework? Someone said, what do you say? Dre did a video on it? I bet Dre did. Good to see Dre did. Nobody else is. It's crazy. This is weird. How many? 1, 2, 3. This is interesting. Why are a bunch of people saying Dre made this video? Right? Oh, Dre made a video about the Trump fund. Oh, that. I thought you meant about the army thing. Yeah, it makes sense that she would do a video on that. Yeah, watch that video. I bet that video will make it so you don't want to do it at all. Did you catch Candace said she used to watch Housewives a lot? As a giant Real Housewives of NY fan, that's New York for people that don't know, and Housewives in general, this was really validating. All the smartest people watch Housewives. Yeah, she stopped watching it, she said, but she said she used to watch it a lot. I was like, she needs to jump back in. She doesn't even know about Rhode Island or anything. She needs to jump back in. It was validating for me too. I was like, we could connect on that, yeah, if she remembers. On Barron's Live yesterday, I told him if we were related, he would be my uncle. It made me think of who you and others would be. Oh, goodness. Oh, God. All right, fine. Coach, you would be my hilarious little brother who has a charitable heart. You speak truth, but you do it in a way that disarms those who are putting you are putting in their place. Hanging out with you every day brings me joy. You are a part of my life, and everybody loves you. You are fierce and would die to protect those you love. Everybody knows you. Everybody who knows you feels blessed. Well, that's true. That's 100% true. I don't have to read the rest of them. I already read that one. I don't need to know about anybody else. Barron is my wise, witty uncle. Love talking to him, getting his opinions. He's an honest man of faith, great role model, passionate about truth. Would spend time with him as often as possible. He's my favorite uncle. Candace is my ride or die cousin. My ride or die cousin, the perfect balance of holy and hood, depending on how I need her. She's courageous, fearless, comes to defending or finding justice for those she loves. Cannot imagine life without her. Sean Ryan is that uncle who I would avoid spending too much time with because he's always trying to share his pot gummies with me. He taught me how to fire a gun. I do like how he makes everything I say sound so interesting. Like, holy responses. Lionel is my extremely intelligent grandfather. I never cuss around him because I don't want to get a lecture that requires me to use a thesaurus or Google to find out what he is saying. I love his sarcasm. Ian is my genius but loner cousin. He seems, these are great descriptions. He seems to love his dog more than me. I always call him up when I hear a rumor or a theory about our food or gov because I know he will give me a detailed report of the truth. He can get a little scary at times, but I know he's passionate for the truth. Tucker is my great uncle. He gets politics. He gets political at every family gathering. His views are super interesting. He's curious and open with his opinions. He's truly amazing. Has an amazing way of getting people to open up. He lives in another state, so I don't see him often, but I learn so much when I do. And C. Fatiki is my charming, sarcastic, funny older sister. She does have that vibe. She lives on the West Coast, so it is hard to catch up with her. She is less conservative than I am, although I still love her. We don't always agree on religion or politics. We recently bonded on more of our mutual dislike for Erica Franzvi. Oh man, Zach C. This is my cousin, but I always keep him in check. He has a strong faith, and I admire his commitment to family and truth. Joe Rogan, he's my cousin who was once pretty cool, but it is hard for me not to judge him as a sellout. You call your cousin a sellout? He seems to care more about making money than finding the truth. I miss the old Joe. That's crazy. That was a lot, but I cannot stop once my imagination starts. You should have made a video. Make a video of all that. Come on. I could have put you in the app there. I didn't even think to do that. Anyway, thank you for summing up things so well. I should say, peace and good health to all. Hit the like, siempre, siempre. Thank you for summing up things so well. I really enjoy how you bring everything together from all our favorite YouTubers. Also, give us breaking news as an added bonus. Your babies have a great dad. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Appreciate you. Don't know what that means. Absolutely believe that word comment is Andrew Wilson. Yeah, I think I feel like it is. I feel like it is. Which means he's willing to be he's willing to be that when necessary. Yeah, of course he is. He's willing to be racist when necessary. 100%. Oh wait, he's a full-blown one if he's willing to use such a disgusting word. Yeah, it's wild. It's such a weird, like all their tactics are very weird. And again, I said this before, it makes me believe every theory about them so much more. So much more. Anyway, I'm not clicking that link. See, someone emailed me. You think I'm clicking your link? Crazy. Coach, your Sports Center coverage had me crying, laughing. I turned 40 less than 2 weeks before you this year, and your reference always lands, sending me into laughing fits. Love ya, and sending love to Mrs. Coach and the baby coaches. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. We all appreciate that. Hi, Coach. At this point, bottom line for Turning Point USA is for someone's to take the fall and assume responsibility for the offing of Charlie. In my opinion, Neff is fighting for his life right now. Literally, Neff has the least time at Turning Point and contributes almost nothing, so he won't be missed. Yeah, well, that and also he doesn't work for Turning Point. He works for the Charlie Kirk Show, and the Charlie Kirk Show should be stopped. It shouldn't actually be a show anymore. It should just be done. Like, it should. It should stop. Like I've said it before, it should just be compilations. It should be compilations of Charlie. Compilations of Charlie and people coming on and telling stories about Charlie. That's it. And for as long as you can do it, that's it. And hopefully, the beautiful thing that would happen is that you can keep it going long enough that his son is like, I'd like to do this show. And then his son starts doing it. That's it. That's what should happen. And if you can't do that, you just stop the show. That's all it should be. But they just signed up, Salem Media, so they can't stop the show. And they both want to get paid still. So I assume they're both getting paid. I assume Blake is getting paid, right? Brandy J. I already read this. Yeah, Blake fighting for his life. I've brought this up before. It seems like that could be a possibility. I don't know, but it seems like it could be a possibility. Because what else would I made a joke about it during this show. What else would make you what would make you say the things that they're saying and handle things the way that they're handling? Coach, thank you for the morning laughs. I love the realness, the Officer Tatum mockery, and seeing your adorable baby here and there. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Lindsay Lawhead. That's some name you got there. That's a powerful name. I'm not sure if you caught this, but Danks and Anna Escobar video from July 16th, timestamp 2:20. Anna Escobar requests an N-word pass. She shouldn't have told anybody that she wasn't black. She seems black to me. I thought she was black. She could have passed. She outed herself. She could have easily passed. She just could have been throwing it around. We wouldn't have known. We would have been like, oh, okay. Guess she's black. You know? Yeah, black Latina. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, you lost out. You lost out, Anna. Now you got to sign up. There's a whole sign up process, and you got to wait a few weeks. There's a few tests as well, so this is gonna be a long time. I'm a stream behind. What I would love to make clips for you. If there's someone more experienced. Okay, I read that already. All right, is that it for the coffees? Let's see. No, the Trump saving accounts for kids is supposedly free. Like we don't have to put in any money. That's the crazy part. I'm like, what is the catch? I don't know. I wouldn't do it. But maybe you could. You have to look into it because that doesn't seem right. So you sign your kids up for a savings fund. Like what it sounds like, a lot of countries have this. Trump said he was going to put this in place for America. What is it called? Is it called a sovereignty fund? I think that's what it's called. Norway has a massive one. Norway has an absolute massive one, and what they do for people who are from there is incredible. And it sounds like that's what this is, but he's naming it a Trump savings account. And that's a ridiculous thing to do, but it sounds like a sovereignty fund to me. Pretty sure that's what the concept is, where every person is, listen, people keep saying Dre talked about it. This person who's writing this is not going to watch Dre's video, or maybe they already are. I don't know, but we're not going to stop talking because Dre talked about it. And I'm not going to play the video. I don't have time right now. Her videos are very deep. I don't have time right now, but it sounds like that's the concept. If that's the concept, then you shouldn't really have to sign up for it. It should be something that's just given to you and given to every single American, just like every other country when they have these sovereign investment funds. It's just a thing that you have access to, like healthcare in Canada. It's just a thing that you have. It's not something you actually had to be like, okay, can I have my thing now? But maybe he's just, I don't know. It seems fishy just because it seems fishy because you don't have to, I don't know. It seems very weird. Very, very, very weird. It is a Trojan horse for consent. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. It doesn't really make sense. Because I already know that, because I've read extensively Plan, what was it called? Plan? It was called Agenda 47. When he was running to become president, he had Agenda 47. I believe it was a website, and it was like a whole thing on Rumble as well. And you could literally listen to videos of every single thing he had planned to do. And the Sovereign Investment Fund was one of the things he had planned that he said he was going to do. And it was going to be from the tariffs and all the investments that America has. And it was going to be something that was going to benefit every single American. And again, Norway has something like this. A lot of countries have something like this. Some are way better than others. Some countries you can't even feel it really. Other countries it benefits you tremendously, like Norway. But it sounds like that's not what's going on here. Doesn't sound like it. Because if it was that, he'd be screaming it from the rooftops. He'd be like, "Are you guys kidding me? You haven't signed up to my thing yet? You know how crazy this is?" You would have heard about it like mad. Anyway, that's the end of the coffees. I will keep an eye out if any coffees pop up here on my phone. Keep an eye on the chat here as well. Always fun to keep an eye on the chat as well. Yeah, he immediately attaches his name to it so people hate it. Yeah. That's what's throwing me off about it. Anyway. Tanya, thank you so much. Tanya, are you the one that was throwing watermelon around last time? Huh? Was that you, Tanya? I remember it was a Tanya or Tanya throwing watermelon into the crowd. Uncle Alert. Natalie, what's going on? Lizzie, Uncle Alert. Mr. Wachuka, hello, sir. Mr. Wachuka always giving gold coins. Here you go. For your troubles, son. For your troubles. You know there's more where that came from if you come over to our side. Huh? You know that, son? We got a lot more gold coins here. You can be friends with Ben Shapiro. Aspiring beach bum. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Jennifer. Shout out to Jennifer. Shout out to, what is that? Amarillo? I'm going to call you Am. Can't pronounce your name. Oh, that name? Oh, okay. It says Gamer. Gamer God? I'm just going to call you Gamer God. What's going on, Gamer God? Clutch Gamer God. What's going on? Who's this? April? April Love. Uncle Alert. Hey. With the Uncle Alert. Daniela. Spitzy? That's your name? Spitzy? Is it Spitzy? Wow. Okay. Scarica hanging out of the window. Public intoxication is real. At least, oh, there's a little heart there. At least she's not preaching to innocent children this time. We love you, Coach. God bless you and family. Thank you so much, Slinky. Love these names. STL, thanks so much, STL. Appreciate you. Jennifer, appreciate you. What those letters? Appreciate you, lady. Daniela Spitzy. Spitzy again with the Uncle Alert. Why? Because I can't pronounce your name? Mark. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Mark again. What is that? Mark Bolshevik? Another one. TJ. What up, TJ? 410 Hustle. What up? What is this? Esteban? Esteban is your name? That's a nice name. That name gives you character. Donald. Thanks, Donald. Appreciate you. Jeez. Ninebot. Thanks, Ninebot. Appreciate you. Bots are getting sophisticated. They can leave gems. Love that you use my word liaison. Oh yeah, it's the best. Mainstream media had never had a connection to the audience like this, where we can talk to you and be heard. Awesome. I know it's way different. It's way different. I keep saying it. Back in my day, this is definitely worthy of an Uncle Alert. Back in my day, you didn't get this connection. Howard Stern wouldn't use the words you threw at him back in my day, back when Howard was cool. Poppy, Goat Trophy, appreciate you. Kiki, thank you, Kiki. What's going on? Someone please meme Blake with a bald, bedazzled head. I think he'd look good with it. I think that's a look. That look's gonna spread. I don't care what anybody says. That look's gonna spread like wildfire. Party hats. Mr. Wachuka's having a party. Flip flap. They told him the wall was closed. Yeah, Officer Tatum. They were like, "Oh man, if you got here just a little earlier, the wall though is closed." Yeah, they're doing maintenance. Doing maintenance on it. Oh, okay, boss. I guess we could get shawarmas. I think they are being absurd posts and comments to push people over the edge, hoping the result of people's reaction will push their agenda to take away free speech. Thanks for all the morning laughs. Yeah, that's actually a good thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They are looking for people to take it overboard. They are looking for people to do that. They want people to do that. You can tell. Because they're trying to point to such obscure things. Like, again, I told you that Robbie Starbucks guy, he just posts somebody, goes, "Wow, Candace has great fans." And it's like, the person didn't even say anything about Candace. They just didn't like him. And he's immediately trying to connect it to Candace. When you see something like that, that's an op. When it doesn't make sense, and the person has a clear agenda of where they're trying to point it at, that's an op. There's something happening there. Gotta say, you make my day. Thank you, Colleen. Appreciate you. Jennifer with the happy poops. Appreciate you. Is there no angry poops? There's no difficult poops or anything like that. It's all just happy. I wish it worked like that, guys. Oh, please. We all know how Blake typed that typo so many times in his private text that it just comes up as a normal. He's written it so many times. As soon as he went COO, it just wrote out the rest of it. They're like, we know exactly what it is you want to say, sir. He's like, thank you. Thank you very much. I think you're right. It's so crazy. Blackwater. Blackwater? Oh my gosh. Blackwater sending sunshine, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out. Uncle alert from David. What's going on, David? Slinky. What up, Slinky? She's on mark. She's getting, they're getting racist. Yep. It's such a weird thing to see. Such a weird thing to see happen live in front of you. Flow state. What is this? Bailey Zalesy? Zaley? That's your name? Zaley? Interesting. I'm sure I'm saying it completely wrong. Makeup brushes. Blake Neff is icky. Imagine seeing that face during spicy time. Imagine seeing that face during spicy time and his lips quivering. He's like, and he's crying and he's like, thank you so much for this. Oh my gosh. Absolutely revolting, you know? Just sobbing. Just on top of you sobbing. I've never been so close to someone. You know? That's in a world where he likes girls, you know? Thank you so much for the loot box. I would have liked to see that. Detroit fan report. What up, Detroit? Can you still buy houses in Detroit that are abandoned for like $1,000? Can you buy a block in Detroit for like $10,000 still? Is that a thing? Someone said, "Can I call you mommy?" That's He's just like, "Mama, oh mama," and mama's just like, "He ain't talking to me. I know he ain't talking to me. This is disgusting." Brandon, why you got this boy in here doing all that? That's Blake, mama. He okay. He okay. We making him straight. Mama. He gonna be straight by the time he leave this house. You know? Nick Fury. Oh my gosh. Nick Fury again. Oh, not Nick Fury. Stardust Synergy? What kind of energy drinks do you sell? You definitely sell vitamins. You sell energy drinks that are made with, like, you know, mangosteen. You know, that's exactly what that company does for sure. Hey, no. Jay, what up, Flow State? Trophy, what up, Trophy? Let me keep going here. Just sorting through all these gems. So many gems now. I signed up for gems. Now it's like a crazy thing. Gems. Jeez. It's wild. Let me see here. Sorry if I missed it. What happened to Fleet? I haven't seen much from them. Why does everybody say them? I thought Fleet was a lady. They used to make, like, what are all these general neutral things? They used to make the best vids. Love you, Coach. Working on 12 years clean myself. Christ is king. J May. 12 years clean is crazy. That is amazing. Good for you. And honestly, I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. That whole thing was a blur. Don't know. You got to look up the channel. Check out what's going on. You know? Wish them well. Susie Q, 500, watermelon. Wish them well, but also wish they would stop, like, you know, trying to copyright strike my videos and stuff. That'd be cool if they stopped doing that. Tem Gems, Happy Poop. The Florida Rican, proud sponsor of today's show. Today's show is brought to you by the Florida Rican. When you're looking for someone from Florida, but you want to make sure they're Puerto Rican, make sure to hit up the Florida Rican. Okay? That was an ad read there, for those of you that don't know. I'm in the 25% of that action. Are you? Who's this? Michael? Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. Let me see here. 200. Flow State. Goat Trophy. Coach, holler at me. I'll ask the question to Tater Tot. I'll pay the 200 up front and you can reimburse. Whoa, because I don't have a burner account. I mean, we can do that, but I should just be able to ask. He shouldn't have a problem. He's part of Turning Point, right? He shouldn't have a problem with having to answer somebody like that. Here's my 25% adding to Michael's for the question. Oh, thank you. Oh, you guys are 25% for the question. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I just got to figure out when he goes live, because I always see that he posts live streams, but I never get notified about it. I get notified from everyone else, but never from him. So I just got to figure out when he's live, and I'm doing it 100%. And I'll just sit there and watch the whole thing. Hopefully he actually says something. Hopefully he yells at me. You're going to be like, you one of those nutballs? You think I don't see you? I seen you, and you yelling mama, and you making people think that you me, and you not me. You ball, and you ain't never got no chosen spit before. And I ain't never yelled to my mama on no show. I don't even know what this man talking about. You a booty bandit? I know you is. If he calls me a booty bandit, it's going to be fighting words. We're going to have to see each other. He calls me a booty bandit. Keep in mind, he is going to ask permission from Mama. Well, he should. I think Mama will give permission. I think Mama's down for us. That's what I think. I think Mama loves us, you know? I wish I would have left the voicemail. Yeah, Mike Riley. I forgot about the voicemail. I kept meaning to do it. And then because I wasn't doing this long of a show, I would always get to the point where I felt like I had to end. And I'd be like, well, I don't have time to do it right now. But I need to do that. If it still exists, I need to get that done. I think it still exists too. I haven't seen him do it, but I haven't watched his live stream fully to know, because he might be still listening to people's voicemails. Corgi, thank you so much. The Coke thing was an IG story. She didn't delete it. Really? It's an IG story. Well, if it's an IG story, then it wouldn't last that long, right? Maybe you mean a reel. Maybe it was like a video on Instagram that she didn't delete yet. I gotta check that out. Thank you so much there. Appreciate you. Let me see. Oh, perfect. The clip is at Nisi on YouTube. Of course, I know Nisi. The title of the entire beauty pageant clip of Erica is called Erica Kirk's Internet History Just Came Back to Haunt Her. Cool. Cool. I'll definitely check that out. Thank you so much, Joyful. Appreciate you. Let's keep going here. Gems. 6'7". Thank you so much. I shouldn't even say 6'7". 6'7" is demonic. You know that? The guy who came up with that whole 6'7" thing, he like worships demons and stuff. You know, he does like that Santeria stuff, sacrifices goats and stuff. You know that? Check it out. It's weird. I'm behind. You're killing me. Tatum and Mama, Tropic Thunder. Tropic Thunder movie must be done. Could you imagine I take that bit so far that I end up like doing a movie? I end up doing a movie where I'm this guy and Mama, and I'd love to push it to that extent. I'd pay Officer Tatum so much to make a cameo on that. This is a cameo in that movie. I'd be like, hey man, I'm just trying to figure out, Mama, come and tell this man what we supposed to do. And then it's just Officer Tatum. He's like, you sound really, really ignorant, sir. And that's it. And that's the cameo. I would love to do that. Love to make a movie like that. Anyway. Clapping seal. The clapping seal. That's what some people call me at the beginning of the episodes. Because my head's smooth and I clap like a seal from time to time when I'm a little tired. That's what they call me. It's fine though. That guy Brooke. I always think of ladies when I think of Brooke. What's going on, Brooke? How you doing? What is his name? Kinsley Pearson? I'm going to call you Pearson. I can't pronounce the first name. What's going on there? Gems. Uncle Alerts. Miss Chris Viz. Thank you so much. Always appreciate Miss Chris Viz. Go check out her YouTube channel. literally just used profanity in saying damn. Nope, damn is not profanity. Thank you very much. Absolutely not profanity. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We all know what we think of when we think of profanity. We think of that effer, son of a b, you a hole, etc., etc. See you next Tuesday, you p word, you f word. Oh, you know which ones we all think of when we think of profanity. We ain't thinking of damn. Come on now. We all know. Someone said you were a good-looking seal. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Poop. Zamet. They couldn't wait till he was 33. For Charlie? Yeah, right. Man, Zamet, you got a shout out. I said that already, right? Couldn't wait for him to be 33. Gen X Jane. What's up, Gen X? Ed, what's up? There's a whole separate bill in the Senate called the Senate Intelligence Authorization Act that will merge the U.S. Intelligence with Philly. You're talking about 219. You're talking about NDAA. That's what you're talking about. We talked about that. That must be what you're referring to. Elizabeth says nothing. Nothing, Elizabeth. You can always say something. You're welcome. You're welcome to say something, Elizabeth. I wish you, Baron, Candace, Diligent, and the whole crew would do a live performance. I would pay Nick's final tickets, Nick's finals prices for those tickets. Make it happen, Coach. I don't know if I can make that happen. I think they would all be very, it would be a weird show. It would just be you. It would just be us on stage, and then we'd all be talking. That'd be a lot. That's a big ask, you know? I'm kidding. A lot of people would turn up. A lot of people would turn up for that. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. You know, I don't know. A lot of people that you see in Creatorland, you just never meet. You know, I think I'll meet Baron one day, because I like Tennessee. I go to Tennessee quite a bit. And I just didn't know him the last time I was there. The last 2 times I was there, I just didn't know him. But now, next time I'm there, I always pass through Tennessee, so I like to go up and down. Although we're supposed to do like up and down the West Coast. That's what me and the family want to do next. And there's someone in I forget where they are, but there's a Christian tattoo artist. I've never been tattooed by someone who's like on fire for Christ, and he does really cool like religious tattoos. And I really want to get tattooed by him, so we're probably gonna jump over there. I forget where he is though. Forget the tattoo artist's name. But yeah, now that I know him, I'll see him. I know now that I know Jesse, I'll definitely see him. Other than that, I don't know who else I'd bump into. You know? It'd be crazy to meet Candace. I'd be like, I don't even know what to say. I don't have much to say. I'm kidding. I'm sure we joke around. Because I heard she jokes around way more when she's not doing the show. Way, way more. Like crazy, crazy humor. Were the influencers Erica Kirk brought, sorry, Freudian slip there, Freudian truth slip there, sorry, are the influencers Erica Kirk brought to the preliminary hearing all men? That's interesting, unless I've missed someone. Yeah, they were all men. It was Graham, Benny, Jack, Officer Tatum, and did I say Graham already? Yeah. It was all guys. No ladies. No ladies at all. 10 gems. Blake Sneff. Both loves and lusts after skin pipe. Hey, listen. We all have our loves and our lusts, right? The revolution is being streamed. What's going on, Zamet? The Zamet. You may have seen Zamet with their appearance on Candace Owens' show. Okay, got a celebrity here, guys. I think Turning Point is at a breaking point. Me too. I don't know what this thing becomes. It's just going to become like a GOP shell type of thing from now on. It's never going to have the same era. Its golden era is done. I think. I truly believe that. It's like we live in a reverse or upside down world every day. The other side is actually siding with us. Where are we? did we just get planted in a sugar honey iced tea show universe? Yeah, some people think CERN did that, knocked off our timelines, shifted us in timelines just a little bit. That's why everything's getting weird, because timelines are shifting and then coming together. And that's why there's all these weird Mandela effects and stuff. Look into it. It's crazy. Booty Bandits strike again. Myron told Blake to do it. Myron, Andrew Wilson, all of them. All of them are just, just all over Blake. All over his, I'll just say all over Blake. That sounds funnier. Finger hearts. Gems. Liz, what's up, Liz? High five. Where are all the high fives at? There's one. High five. Bang. What's going on? You good? Sparkles. Sparkles. The sparkles are so funny. Floating heart, flower. Floating heart, flower. What else we got here? I'm behind and saw you making fun of Android over iPhone. I used to do the same till my iPhone literally blew up in my pocket and started smoking. Wow. Jeez. Have you been making videos? Have you been talking about UVU? Were you at UVU when that happened? When did that happen? And then Mike Riley with the gold coins. Thank you so much, Mike Riley. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Absolutely wild stuff, guys. I do appreciate everything you guys have done here. Let me check the coffees just one more time. Why do I have a headache? Is it because of the coffee? Is it because I didn't finish? I did finish the coffee. Why do I have a headache right now? So weird. Anyway, let me check the coffees one more time just to make sure. Make sure nothing got by me. Oh, who's this? Oh, hey, what's up? Let me just go here really quick. Hey, Coach, it's always nice to have you to listen to each morning at work, and I appreciate your work. Would it be terrible to plug my fiance's channel? No, not at all. Cutthroat Ridge Outdoors. Wow. Named after a local place to us. Nothing violent. Oh, okay, that's good. For any hunters or outdoorsmen in the community, that's what it's centered around. He's trying so hard to get started, and I wanted to do all I could to help. So sorry if it's not acceptable for people to plug others' channels. Thank you for all you do, and God bless you and your family. Thank you so much. Here, I'm going to check that out in a second. Congrats, Turning Point USA. I now question all your prior trials, including OJ. I now question all other prior trials, including OJ. Yeah, let me see here. Where's the channel at? Let me see. Let me see if it pops up here. I assume this is like YouTube, right? Let me see. I throw it into YouTube. What happens? Let's see what this guy's all about. I like outdoor stuff. There was an outdoor channel where this guy was making tens of millions of views, just an incredible amount of views, incredible amount of money. And then one day he's just like, I want to raise my kids properly. And he just stopped. I forget what his channel was called. It was crazy. Everybody was shocked because everybody used to watch his channel, you know? Let me see here. It seems like you're hunting turkeys a lot, sir. See, here's the thing, though. Here, you want a little audit? Here, I'll give you a little audit here. Let's check this out. Let me see this.
What happened, Corey?
Good thing we didn't come with a truck 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah, we was fixing to go to the truck, wasn't we? Well, we hung out here in the yard and talked for what, an hour and a half before we even convinced ourselves to walk down in this one holler here. But how long?
It's Brian Harple. Wow, that's how you do the call?
This bird has went from the top of this ridge and now he is down here in this bottom. Look at this. Would y'all agree? He was right there. He still levels the circle.
So, someone said Brian Harpole voice, yeah. So if he's trying really hard to get started, I like that video. If he's trying really hard to get started, the thing to do, and I'll subscribe. The thing to do is he has to post more. He has to post way more. The last video was like 2 months ago, right? That's the thing. You're not just making videos for your subscribers. You're also making videos for the people who aren't subscribed, because that's who YouTube wants to think about pushing your channel to. So I think it is West Virginia. Someone said, I'm guessing West Virginia. That's what I was going to guess too. So you really, really have to make sure that you post more. If he wants to make it happen, you got to post a lot more. Now, what's his name? Meat Eater? Is it Meat Eater? I think it's Meat Eater. If he needs to like model himself after a channel, right? Because you're not recreating the wheel here. You got this guy. I've seen this guy so many times on Joe Rogan's podcast.
On this hunt, I'm riding with my beloved friend Jan.
Okay, easy. So this guy, obviously this is higher production, things of that nature, but you should look at what he does. Now, he might not be as frequent either, but it's because he has such a massive following and he has a big company. But now look, even 2 days ago, 6 days ago. So he's staying like frequent. Your husband should look at this channel and see the things that this guy's covering. He doesn't have to hunt the same thing, but he's doing different stuff to keep on making content. So he should consider doing that. That's what he should consider doing. You gotta post more if you want to make it happen. You gotta post way more, way more, and then it'll happen. It'll 100% happen for him. You just gotta work for it. Let me see here. What we got here? Les Grossman and Tobias have a baby called Blake Sneff. Half wise guy, half flamboyant, and in denial 100%, being blackmailed or never cared about Charlie. Yeah, Susanna, Rosanna, Diana. Yeah, it's like that's a great way to sum it up. Like it's either you never cared or there's something going on. It's one of the two, really. You know. Anyways, guys, I gotta get out of here. I got a meeting soon. The wife informed me a little while ago. She's my external brain, as most of you can probably tell. She's my external brain. So she said, hey, we have an appointment. Something I wouldn't even have thought of at all if she didn't say it to me. So thank you guys so much for being here. We are going to be doing some standalone episodes over the weekend. I'm going to film a few. Definitely going to be doing a breakdown episode of Candace Friday. Definitely going to be doing that. We're going to put out a few more come Saturday, Sunday. And yeah, we're just ramping it up. So expect a whole bunch of episodes to be dropping on this channel. And also make sure to check out the Clip channel. Clip channel is bumping as well. Jacob's doing a great job. So go and check that stuff out. And we will see you guys on Monday. But I guess we'll see you on Friday as well. Because I'm definitely going to be doing a breakdown because I have to know who Ben Shapiro was with at lunch. I have to know if there's a connection to what Candace was talking about. So I will see you guys all then. And thank you. Thank you so much for being here, guys. You have no idea. 10 years of this. And I'm actually saying bye to people. People actually showed up. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. If you stayed through the whole thing, we're like family. Love you so much. Thank you so much. I'm out of here.